Hello, VODs. Hello, VOD watchers. I do have the full recording, but I realized that the YouTube thing wasn't actually pressed the entire time. But hello. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to the shrimp stream. To the shrimp stream. Welcome to the shrimp stream. To the shrimp stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the shrimp stream. Stream. Welcome to the shrimp stream. Oh shit, the static image. Oh, fuck. Was it playing the weird static noise the entire time? It was it? Hello. Hi. DJ. I was calling out your cool ass life hack. Your one weird trick to play lots of ads in the middle of the night during a subathon. That's I was like, isn't that the coolest thing? It's like kind of very fun money printer go birth kind of thing without actually like interfering with anybody's real enjoyment of it. Like the life, you know, you could just get ads from like the middle of the night, like kind of thing going on. Or it's just like, man, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's such a cool thing, right? Just add away into the void. Buy the Toyota Camry. Where did I get the Totodial? Oh, where did DJ get the where did DJ get the Totodial? I guess you have to stream or by purchasing a subscription or gifting a subscription to a streamer playing Pokemon Legends ZA for Totodile. ZA. $518 in ads and $210 in turbo. Look, that's a lot of nice steak dinners. I was gonna say, right? I mean, like you can get A5 Wagyu in Japan. You know what? That's actually all of that money. That is enough to fly round trip to Japan. You can get a round trip ticket to Japan there, and depending on like how, where, and when you fly, right? You can get an entire like Wagyu A5 steak dinner on top of that. Like it's like that is like epic. It's very nice. You started this on the 11th? Well, I mean, it's just from doing like the one weird trick, like 18 days, and you've paid for an entire round trip flight to Japan. No. That's how much Japan flights cost these days. I mean, it's gone like budget, right? It's like literally a budget flight, right? Like it's $800 Canadian. Oh shit, you're going to Japan in January too? Wait, whoa. Is everyone just going to be in Japan in January? I think everybody's just going to be in Japan in January. Well, I'm going to be in Korea in like 3 days. And hang out with a VTuber who some of you might know about, right? I'm planning an escapade. Oh, it's 2nd to the 17th. Okay, well, I'm going to be there after. Well, I don't know whether I should be so entirely clear about my future plans, but the plan is to be there. Honestly, I might be. Excuse me. Excuse me. I don't want to ask my viewers to dox themselves. That's not actually a thing to do. People going to Japan for the Madoka movie, huh? I guess the thing is, if I wanted to go to Japan for like, you know, a day, it would be pretty cheap to do that because if I'm going to be in Korea next door, and I will do my best to try to do some amount of streaming while in Japan, while in Korea, and while in Japan, right? It turns out that even though they've dumped Korea from Twitch in some ways, like you can still stream there. Like it doesn't stop somebody who lives somewhere else from streaming there. So I should theoretically still be able to stream on Twitch, even though I'm there for two weeks. Wrestle Kingdom, when is that? Huh. I'm not gonna go until after MagFest because I'm very excited for MagFest, but after MagFest is done, then everyone lurk the chat. You need to add money for a trip to Japan. Yeah, exactly. January 4th, Tokyo Dome. Okay, well, I honestly, we might overlap. It was actually shocking. I did price out trips from Toronto to Japan, and it is shockingly cheap, especially because like apparently you can just like take the I don't know whether you're East Coast or West Coast, but like, you can just take a Flare flight, which, you know, it's Flare, but, you know, it's a typical low-cost carrier or whatever. But you can take a Flare flight from, like, Toronto to Vancouver and then, like, go the rest of the way via Zip Air, and then it's, like, super, super cheap. Flare? FLA... It's not flares in Team Flare, it's flares in, like, a flare for the dramatic, right? I guess if we're talking, like, Pokemon, ZA... ZA? I guess it's France, right? Did you know that Canada is in the Kalos region? Like, fake Canada is actually in Kalos. What are my thoughts on the Toronto Raptors? I remember, I don't know, it was fun when they won the NBA championships and there was like a little parade for them. I did think that. Yeah. Other than that, I'll be very close to them. I'm I have. Let's go. Oh, thank you for the water and the stretch. Oh. What? What? Excuse me. Mod check. I don't know where I don't know where I ended up. Okay, all right, yeah. You know, my high school classmate Simu Liu was much more into the Raptors, I think, and he's like very, very into the Raptors. I think he like threw a ball from half. I don't know. He did some sort of like weird exhibition game. He did some. He was on the basketball court and everything. Yeah, we were classmates for 6 years. We were in the same tiny high school class, and I told him, like, you know, dude, stop doing backflips in the parking lot. You're gonna break your neck. And then turns out his backflips were the most valuable thing anyone did in that grade. Awesome. So, oh man, now I'm the one doing flips for content. He used to do backflips, and then, you know, I actually told him about, you know, yeah, exactly that. You do exactly that. Yeah, he would flip for, oh my god, everybody's flipping. I'm flipping all over the damn place. And now look at him. He's the one that, he flipped all the way to the bank. He flipped all the way to Hollywood. Also he made Pikachu, and no, he's the main actor in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which is a Marvel movie that came out, and also many other works of like stage and screen, and also like in Kim's Convenience and various other like a Hollywood actor guy. Also, he made me switch my Smash main because I was a Pikachu main, but so was he, and I didn't like how the hats like kind of made the Pikachu look the same. Like, I don't know. I didn't feel like there was enough visual distinction between Pikachu with a hat and then Pikachu without a hat. So like, I was not really willing to play Pikachu when he was playing Pikachu, and he was like hardcore Pikachu main. And so I basically learned to play like Kirby or Yoshi, like basically because he was a Pikachu main, and like, yeah, we would play Smash, and then, you know, Pikachu was taken basically, right? And yeah, at least like Kirby and Yoshi and all those, like, first of all, they didn't have somebody else who would like routinely main them, and second of all, they change colors when you have the second alt costume, so they're not visually indistinguishable on screen. So like, so that's like the thing that happened. Also, I learned mahjong, playing Hong Kong style mahjong, and he was a very frequent participant in those games. So this is so you want a couple like little bits of like gamer lore about me and Simu. Yeah, he had an influence on me. It was very funny to see like the Game Awards that one year where he like came on like for a segment and people were all like kind of reacting to Simu Liu, like, you know, being in the Game Awards. I'm like, the Simu Liu at the Game Awards, Lamau. Anyway, yeah, no, like, I also like learned about my VTubing project like at a high school reunion, like before I even started doing it. So But that was back when it was a video game project and not VTubing per se. Like, I think I was describing. I have said mantis shrimp to him at the high school reunion. I guess that's the way I want to say. Yeah. On the other hand, I've not convinced him to VTube. Like, you know, Jamie Lee Curtis has a Fugi, whatever. But like, yeah, he doesn't. God, fuck. Okay, today's game, today's activity. I want to play unfair flips, which is like a probability-based thing where you just flip a coin, and then maybe I solve the entire thing entirely, and then we figure out exactly what's going on with it. Because I think I've like gotten weirdly stupid. Oh no, if he becomes a guest at Magfest, and then I have to go to his like meet and greet or something like that, and be like, "Hello, hi, I'm a VTuber." and then, you know, he's like, oh, that would be very, you know, what would be very funny if he was a Magfest guest, and then I came in as an iPad on a VTuber. If I came in as a VTuber on an iPad, this would be very funny. If Simu was some sort of guest at some anime convention, and then I was like a VTuber, like kind of roaming the con, and then like somebody like took me up to his line in the meet and greet, and I was like, "Hello, we know each other." Oh, that would be so funny. That would be so funny. It's like, you know, secret VTuber. They don't know I'm a VTuber. I'm honestly curious whether he's. I mean, I don't. He doesn't know what my Twitch name is because we haven't had a real. I guess the last time we really spoke was at the high school reunion, like kind of two years ago, right? So. Guy became a Hollywood actor, very, very, very busy. Let's see. Unfair Flips is the name of the game. You flip a coin. I opened it up and I flipped 3 times just to see what I was dealing with. I think it's theoretically autosaved, but like, you know. Here. All right. Let's go into it. Is it going to capture the right thing? I'm going to play the game straight through to begin with. But then we'll do some sort of fun little probability stuff, I think. Right. All right. What? That's not the game. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Where is the... No? Excuse me? Is this not... Clover Pit? No? No? Okay, alright, it's that one. Oh, I have so many different ways stacked over... If I'm gonna see if I can mess with the PRG. See, no, I'm not trying to mess with the... I don't think that's, like... I don't know how, like, doable that is. I mean, it's possible. I don't even know whether there's a mechanism for doing that, but, like... what I do want to do is I want to, Okay, so I've gotten, like, 4 tails already, right? Do I need to be on the left side? I think I need to be on the left side. Hold on. Left side I go. Whoop. Okay. Down. Whee. It's a very slow flip. Ah! Well, I'm flipped. There's always a mechanism to screw with that. So I think we can make the flip duration faster. No. That was very, very lucky. Down, bow. Hey, it's Sarashu of Ivy and Sarashu fame. The couple that did the soundtrack to Steven. Oh my god. Wait. Is there any, like, decent place that I can... Hold on. Do I need to be... Where do I need to be for this? Maybe here? I think here, actually. To win the game, get 10 heads in a row. Ironically, I think this is the place to go. You know what? We're getting higher head chance and better combo mult. Because all those things are worth 1. Although, it would be nice to upgrade my coin worth to 25, because that's... Oh, hey, guys! Hi, guys! Hello, Prim, hello! Hello, Raiders, hello! I'm playing a coin flipping game. Hello, I'm the mantis shrimp. But, I'm trying to figure out the probabilities of this game and sort of break it and see, like, whether it works. I mean, not break it, but, like, you know, just, like, fully and totally understand what the actual... they're having me win an extra Minesweeper. We're talking about retro games, right? You guys should all check out Prim, by the way. Prim is awesome. Prim is very cool and plays a lot of very cool retro games. And you, too, should play retro games, perhaps like Minesweeper, which I'm going to be playing... Yeah, stop retro gaming time. Yeah, no modern games like flip a coin several times. Just do retro games like Minesweeper. How big can I get it? It's pretty big. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. We're gonna Minesweep. How are you doing? How was your stream? How was everything? Let me see if I can get my chat a little bit more. All right. You know what? Let's, in honor of the raid, let's do a no flag run of Minesweeper. We're gonna try to clear this without creating any single flags on the board. I believe... Oh, I was watching the stream earlier. Yeah. So what I'd like to do with unfair flips is, like, do a bunch of simulations. There's 2 ways to do this. One is that you can, like, hard solve the algorithmic, like, kind of, you know, version of the game, or you can just do a bunch of simulations and figure out what the optimal strategies are, but just in a not entirely, like, 100%, like, closed form solution mathematical sense, right? So... And, you know, the simulation thing is a little bit more fun, so I think I'm going to do that. But what I want to do is I want to, like, beat it first. This is, like, a little bit scary. There's, this one is blocked off. I cannot know until the very end whether that is okay or not. And I can't count mines because, well, I could, but it'd be very difficult. Yes, we don't need flags where we are. We don't need flags where we come from to figure out where the mines are. We can just intuit it. Just use the, just become one with the mine. Just... The sweeping comes from within. Just intuit the mines, and you shall know salvation. From mines. Not from anything else. If you don't have a flag, you learned an important lesson about labels. Which label did you learn which label and or labels did you learn an impressive lesson about? I'm very curious. This sounds no flag shrimp-a-les. Yeah, indeed. This is you're telling me a shrimp played Minesweeper. Oh, Kage. Oh, yeah. Wait, actually, hold on. So my memory is absolutely, like, really terrible. But in my defense, I recently reread my ADHD diagnostic report, and from like 12 years ago, and in the ADHD diagnostic report, it does say that my memory is actually really bad. So, I now remember this stream, which I was watching not like an hour or two ago, right? Like just before this, right? I'm curious, who was your... I still don't know who was your shadow. Because you had quite a charming, lovely, you know, Shadow King behind you. And I did not see who the shadow was. Very cool shadow, though. It is fun, the Legion of VTubers. Okay, so now I need to check through all of this thing to see, like, whether there's anything else, and then click here. Hey! Wow, okay. This is pretty unusual to get it first try, by the way. But, hey, we did it. We did it in no flags, too. Hey, alright, cool. I know, oh, yes, oh, yeah, okay. You know what my... Oh god. Okay, the ADHD like assessment described me as a compliant female. God. Okay. Bird Moz, yeah. Nice. Okay. You guys should all check out Prim. Prim is awesome. Prim is super cool. Yeah. No, I am a compliant. I mean, the words, there were a couple other adjectives, but those words ended up next to each other. Oh man, I don't know whether I should like put that as a tag on my stream. It's like literally like it's compliant. Yeah, well, I was compliant with the testing protocol is I guess what they were trying to say, right? It was like I was like, you know, I didn't like scream or, you know, freak out or leave or, you know, I was like, you know, I followed all the instructions and, you know, each stage of the thing and oh man, that was very funny. I was not disruptive, right? And this is like, I was an adult when I was taking this, but this is also like a testing center that I think tests a lot of like little kids and does like educational assessments for them. And so I think, you know, in their defense, I think they do in fact deal with some less than compliant like test takers when they're doing like a whole day of like, you know, but still compliant female. What do? They do like, you know, just like tons and tons and tons of like, you know, they intelligence testing and like attention testing and like kind of various different stuff. Like it's for, they just do a bunch of stuff where you have to like answer a whole bunch of problems in a row and like all this kind of stuff. And you have to like, you know, do these like different like, you know, questionnaires and they give you puzzles and blocks that you can like arrange into different places. And it's like, I don't know, like, you know, I assume some of the kids are in such a manner that they, instead of like, you know, arranging the blocks, they throw them across the room or something like that. So they're not compliant, right? Like, and, you know, throwing the block across the room does not mean that you are, you know, of low cognitive ability. It just means that you are not compliant. So, yeah. So yes, I was a compliant female. Oh God. Bow bow. Okay, higher heads chance. Yeah. Oh yes, this is my glowing red weak spot. This is your 100th flip. A complaint female. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're a child, too, right? Like, you don't necessarily want a diagnosis of the thing, right? I'm gonna make this faster. Made her push a button to zap a guy. It's okay. The electricity is all fake. It's all an actor. Okay, so Turi identified that's the test that I did the second worst on. Is the one where you have to like sort the alphanumeric characters. It's like my memory is just so incredibly bad. It's okay, it's a medical condition. Me. a compliant. We need to bring back unethical psych experiments in order to give actors more. You know what? I want this. Some things might be unethical psych experiments, but that does not mean that they're not great stream content. You know, I'm very glad that the unethical psych community of the late 20th century, the mid to late 20th century, for creating such incredible stream content. Boy. Boy, there are multiple endings to this game. When you reach 9 heads in a row, presuming you don't hit tails on your 10th flip, the game will select an ending randomly. Of these endings, you have a 10% chance of the coin actually landing heads. We're doing wire monkeys. They're screwing me over with a good. We're doing wire, but yeah. We should do wire monkeys. We should do like, you know. Okay, well, what if you have like this? Is this your mother? You'll get fed if you like, you know, nuzzle against the the wireframe version of a monkey. But if you nuzzle against the sort of plush version of the monkey, then you'll get shocked. God, they even like actually like VTubers actually end up doing like a bunch of shock stuff too, right? Like, you know, that's not even not a thing in VTubing, right? I'm gonna double my money. I'm going full dime. Now. Down, bow, bow. Where you shock the audience? The VTubers are the soft monkey and real life is the wire monkey. Chat, can I be your wire monkey? Chat, can I be your, like, actual, like, you know... I already checked Discord. Okay, hold on. Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
There we go. Now I'm going to hear you double for a few seconds. Okay. This is.
Okay.
I've been hit by an insane idea.
Okay. Let's go.
The insane idea is the VTubers are the monkeys, and we use the chats as the wire monkey substitute. We populate.
Wait, chat is the wire monkey, and the VTuber is the plush monkey?
Yes. Different. No. The VTubers are the experimental subjects.
Oh, the VTubers are the subject, and there's two chats that are competing against each other. Okay.
Yeah, and so like one chat cannot say nice things to the streamer.
Okay.
Can like only interact in like the coldest, most boring fashion possible.
Do we use a sentiment analysis or whatever to be like, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, and then like, you know, you do like a subathon thing where it's like you only get money from. Oh, here. Okay.
So the chat that is normal can't donate at all. If they try to donate, it goes to the other one.
Yeah. Okay.
And if the wire monkey chat is nice to the streamer, it removes time from the subathon. Okay, I think we've got a way to do this here.
I think this is like a subathon idea. So when I do my subathon, we'll have like the unethical psych experiments week.
Yeah. I mean, the one that we really got to do, which I think requires like VR chat or something, is Stanford Prison Experiment.
Oh yeah, well it's okay. Like I've got a 3D model coming up, and I've got a whole like, you know, 3D like tracking setup, and we can do Stanford Prison Experiment if you want.
I think Stanford Prison Experiment is almost actually kind of trivial because it's such like a role play based one.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, aren't there like prison RP games anyway? Like, isn't that? Are there like?
Yeah. No.
There's like honestly, prison friend swap. Like there exists. Yeah, I think they've very.
I think it's actually just like GTA roleplay, just like already supported.
Yeah, GTA RP, but like just in prison, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So I think this one's actually fairly.
Hello, Bird Moz. You make a great shadow.
The literally Rust every day.
This is just Rust. Yeah, that's fair.
Just Rust. Yeah, no, it's how we do like a VTuber Milgram experiment is more complicated.
Yes.
That's a more complicated one. I'm trying to think about the other like infamous.
Is it possible to get chat a kid's meal from the drive-thru?
It's literally just impossible. I mean, there's the obvious one that we've talked about before, which is just literally stealing Sam Reich concepts.
That's true. I do want to make VTuber Dropout. This is a
VTuber Dropout is like we can definitely like. we can definitely-
VTuber Game Changer is like something that I've been sort of trying to plot with a bunch of people for a while.
Me and Ronan are already like familiar enough with Game Changer that you can't like yes or no us, but I think we can find somebody who like has the same kind of mental defects that would cause them to like really lose it to yes or no.
So can I say something before you say anything further?
Yeah.
I've actually watched basically no Game Changer.
Okay, interesting. So you're relying entirely on secondhand information. All right.
Yes, and in fact, this means that I think doing VTuber Game Changer is actually in some ways better for me because I'm not like privy to a lot of the.
I'm literally just proposing stealing things. I'm literally just.
Oh, indeed. I'm actually curious. Okay, well, since you've actually watched this, and I have not, I wonder whether. Okay, we should do some sort of like. How would you feel about doing some sort of like very fun kind of, I think I can help with the tech of it, but I'm wondering if there's a way for me to like do the tech of it without getting spoiled on what the like content is.
Okay. Yeah, we can. I mean, we've talked about this before. I just actually did think that you had seen at least a couple episodes of Game Changer.
I think I've seen like just a couple of clips of it, and I've not actually seen through a whole episode of it. I've seen stuff with they have stuff stuck on them, and they have to do the things that are stuck on them. Like that's a very fun concept. I think actually the people have Post-it notes on them that constrains what they're allowed to do or how they're allowed to talk.
That's a classic party game that I just want to do with VTubers.
It's so easy with VTubers. Like literally, you can stick a Post-it note on a VTuber. It's just like it's literally a thing that's built in, right? Like it's not even.
Well, I feel like it's hard to. Well, the classic game that I'm talking about is the one that's you have a card or a note on your forehead that describes you, and you can't tell who you are. Usually, it's like an impersonation, like you're a character. But everybody else at the party knows, and you have to ask people at the party to figure it out.
I feel like there's probably a way to do that, right?
Oh, I mean, there's a very easy way to do that. Which
you
is
can just
VR chat.
You can do it in VR chat, but you can also do it probably by just like hiding your OBS window or.
Well, but then then how do you see anybody else's? Is where that gets tricky.
You hide your side of the OBS window, and you look at the other side of the OBS window.
Oh, actually, well.
And then you have like some like plugin or something like pin the message to your head.
A weird way of doing this, a weird variation of this that I think would actually work is everybody gets a new Fugi. Yeah. That they don't look at when they put in. They just plug in a Fugi without like blindly.
Yeah.
They just blindly upload Fugis, and that's like then you can see the list of you can see all the Fugis at the bottom of your screen, so you can see what everybody else has, and not see your own because you don't see your own Fugi by default. I
think doing the sort of party game thing, I think it would be relatively easy for me to try to do a version of this.
And there's also, I mean, there's an extremely trivial way to do it in tabletop sim.
Fair.
You can hold a card in your hand so that it faces outward, so you can't see it, and everybody else can. That's really trivial to do there. But
what should I do? Flip chance or heads chance or combo mult or what? Probably heads chance.
I'd do heads chance. I'm a person who's like.
Heads chance is the thing that like makes you kind of win the game fast. Well, I feel like
it feels like your main driver.
Yeah.
And my read is that my read of like almost any game like this is that as percent of failure goes down, each additional percent chance is more valuable than the previous one.
Oh, indeed. Yeah.
You know, this is something people sometimes get confused about. Is like why?
Well, I think it's a logistic. It depends, right? Like it's a curve, right? I'm going to try to characterize it, right? I am going to try to see if I can run a whole bunch of like simulations to characterize it, but yeah.
Well, it's an exponentially accelerating.
Indeed, yeah.
Curve. It's not even like a complicated like curve at all. It's not like a logistic curve or anything like that. It's just.
This might even be super exponential in terms of like the.
Yeah, well, what it is it's super exponential but clamped.
Yeah.
It's super exponential and then clamps because the simple way to demonstrate this is that going from 99% damage reduction to 100% damage reduction is an infinite increase in effectiveness.
Indeed. And also, isn't that great in some cases? But, like, if you're getting fatal blows, then...
Well, I mean, it's the difference between, like, being at all vulnerable and being completely invulnerable. And one that's, like, a little bit less complicated to demonstrate on that is going from 98% damage reduction to 99% damage reduction is as much of an impact as going from 0% to 50%.
Indeed, yes. That's true.
So each additional percentage point for those kinds of things. And in this case, head's chance is functionally that, right? Like,
yes, head chance is that. And also, it's even more that because, like, this, you gain extra from streaks.
Yeah, and the heads, I feel like the combo molt is not going to be meaningfully driving.
I think the combo molt is stronger than you'd think. I think the combo molt is not strong now, but it gets substantially stronger at higher heads chance.
Yes, that's how I'm reading it. Yeah, is that when you're at 40%, it might actually be kind of okay, but at 5%, it feels like it's a very poor choice compared to just getting more heads chance.
Well, now I'm gonna get it.
Of course, I'm making you think about your defenses in Path of Exile. Of course, this is how defenses in Path of Exile work.
This
is why all the...
okay, so I was going to ask you, did I ask you already?
I don't know.
I think I asked you, but I didn't remember the answer because, like, I was a compliant female on my ADHD evaluation 12 years ago.
Perfect. The right thing to be, yeah.
Which Paradox game do I...
Oh, Victoria 3.
Victoria 3, okay, all right.
Okay, the two Paradox games that I think are... So there's a lot of Paradox games, and I have so many thoughts about Paradox games. I currently just got done doing a whole bunch of, like, research on actual video game academia, and I'm now, like, mad because I'm just, like, I've fallen into my rabbit hole of people who think that Dark Souls is, like, the important part of game innovation are complete cowards compared to the people who are paying attention to the Paradox games because they're so much more weird and interesting.
Paradox games are weird? I was told that Stellaris is a good Paradox game.
It depends on... Well, I mean, that's Noir's favorite.
Okay.
That's Noir's favorite. So, and it's Clonk's favorite as well. Clonk
Interesting,
and
okay.
Are Stellaris
I do have a lot of Stellaris, like, heads in my friends groups, right?
So there's a couple of things going on here, and the big thing is, like, how much is it a weird simulation versus how much of a board game are you looking at? That's what I'm just
interesting.
This is a spectrum of the games. Stellaris
because I
is
like
the most board
Slay the Spire, and I like Slay the Spire. I like this board game of Slay the Spire because it feels a lot like the video game.
Stellaris is the one that's, like, the most controllable and therefore the most game-like of them. Crusader Kings is the least board game like them. It is the one that is the most clearly, like, an insane experiment. Crusader Kings is kind of, in practice, sort of like playing The Sims and Dwarf Fortress in a PvP mode all at the same time. It's very strange. It's very
interesting.
It's like if you were playing The Sims, but every other house in the neighborhood was independently trying to kill you, and, like, Tom Nook was extracting rent from you. Which one is this? Sorry, this is Crusader Kings.
Crusader Kings, okay. All right.
Which is probably the overall best one for most purposes. You did ask me specifically which Victoria to play, and it's definitely Victoria 3. The Victoria series has gotten
which
better.
okay. Then which
Victoria
Paradox
3,
game?
Yeah, I'll tell you qualitatively.
Okay. All right.
Because I don't want to. I want you to make some extent of your own decision. There are Paradox games that I'll say simply do not play.
Okay.
I simply do not recommend playing Imperator. Even though I like Imperator, but don't play Imperator. It's really half-baked and like not complete. Don't play Hearts of Iron.
Even though it has that cool, like, very fun, memey intro cinematic that everyone.
It has the memey intro cinematic. It has the memeiest mod versions.
Okay, interesting. Okay, right.
There is a one of the largest. I do not joke here when I point out that this is in fact one of the largest and most complicated fan works in My Little Pony.
Oh, okay.
I want you to think about how big Little Pony fan works. It's a mod for Hearts of Iron 4.
Is it a sort of I don't even remember what the world of that shows. Hi, Waha.
Well, they
Is it
expand the world out to
Celestia?
cover. Yeah, Princess Celestia is like the queen or something.
Yeah, well, I know she's a queen. I don't remember the name of the world, and I assume this is like the gen that everybody went crazy about, right? Yeah, okay.
It's the Friendship is Magic generation.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But yeah, they made a apparently pretty good.
I'm not surprised somehow. Like, this is not a surprising thing to hear.
Yeah, but Hearts of Iron appears to be a complete cognito hazard. It seems to drive people completely fucking insane.
Well, that does not mean that it's bad, right?
It's bad mostly in the sense that like getting the minimum buy-in cost to enjoy Hearts of Iron is extremely high.
Okay.
To give you a sense of how miserable it can be, the last time I played it, I just tried to play the tutorial, and I failed it so badly. An on-rails tutorial. I failed an on-rails tutorial so badly that World War II simply did not happen, and it was in 1944, and all that was happening in World War II was a bunch of Italians dying in the Ethiopian highlands.
Oof. Sorry, I'm at loony percent.
Yeah, completely derailed everything. So it's a very strange game that has just an enormous number of interlocking subsystems, and also seemingly like 30% of the people who play it just turn into Nazis. So
oh no!
I don't recommend it mostly just because the buy-in is so high.
Is there a selection? Is there a selection bias in that one?
Almost certainly. Oh,
okay.
Yeah, almost certainly. I don't know any other game that would be as a thing that a Nazi would be looking for in a video game, except for like actual Nazi games. It would be like if in Wolfenstein you got to choose to just like you could just choose at the start to just like treat BJ Blazkowicz as the enemy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? It's like I think probably part of the reason why so many of them are into it is because it's like one of the few games where they're like a serious playable faction, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, this is well, I'm just going to talk about this just because this is like an interesting thing about game design is that from a very basic level, the Nazis wind up being kind of the protagonist of the Hearts of Iron series.
Ah, yes.
Because if you play as the U.S. or Soviet Union, you can win from a pretty game dead gameplay perspective. Like, there's not like a lot of friction to your ultimate victory if you're playing as one of the two superpowers.
It's not an underdog story.
It's not an underdog story. Whereas if you're playing as the Nazis, it is an underdog story, but also it's like not a hard underdog story. Like playing as like Poland is like a hard underdog story. Right. As the Nazis, not that hard of an underdog story. And the things that Germany is good at in Hearts of Iron are like high mobility and highly elite units, which are things that feel very like cool to a player.
Right.
Compared to like playing as the Soviets or even like the Soviets where you're just like a million of your dudes dying all the time and you're just trying to like trade efficiently repeatedly over and over again, or like playing as the French where it's like really finicky, fragile artillery-based movement. It's like, no, you play as the Germans, it's all like
fragile French.
Usually these like big dashes with tanks and getting off cool encirclements and stuff like that. So anyway, this is the small side. The ones that I would say are worth playing are Stellaris Speaks is kind of the most board gamey one, and it's the most spacey one, and it's kind of got the least like flavor and texture to it. Crusader Kings 3 has the most flavor and texture to it because it's primarily a game about feudal assholes being assholes to each other. And it's much stranger than almost any of the other ones. It's a much weirder game. And Victoria
Stellaris is the weirder game, or sorry?
No.
I got distracted by a large number of heads. So sorry, I got.
You're over $1,000. Over $1,000 Udunos. Flip speed maxed out. Okay.
I've maxed out everything except for heads chance, right?
Okay, I didn't expect that. Expected everything to keep on going.
Well, it turns out that the mult combo is insane.
Yeah, looks like it. I expected mult combo to be something you'd be still like working, like really start paying off when you got to like 60 or 70% heads chance, but no.
No. You get 10 in a row, and I actually have an intuitive sense of how long this takes, right? Because like I used to count in binary. So when I'd be backstage, like we had a lot of plays growing up. Like we'd have to put on one play every year, and I remember I would be very sort of bored waiting for my statistics are always kicking in always. Like,
yeah, but
I don't.
these are easier statistics when you're at 50%.
Maybe, I don't know. I think they're pretty similar to me, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the way I think.
That's fair, yeah.
You know, it's just geometric folding at 50%. It's just folding things in half over and over again. I think it's just familiarity, to be honest.
That's true.
It's like the familiarity of working with 50% odds.
Yes.
Like after 50%, like the only other odds I've worked with any frequency are like 5% and 1%.
Ah, okay. I wonder where.
Wonder where that 5% one came from.
I wonder where that 5%. I wonder what. I'm surprised that you haven't dealt with 18.33333% odds.
I have, but I don't care as much, to be honest.
That's fair. It's not as trendy as the 5% odds.
What happened was that by the time I started to care about the 18% and the 1/3 odds, which I think you know what the 1/3 is as well. Well, 16%, ones was that at that point I was just using computers to do everything for me, and the computer did all the thinking for me. Whereas for the 5%, I was young enough that I was just doing it in my head.
Yeah.
And that stuck in my head. Unsurprisingly, if you do the calculations in your own head, they stick with you a lot longer.
I think I basically don't get the plus 5% heads chance until I get like 7 in a row or something like that, right? You played XCOM? Yeah. Doesn't XCOM actually just fuzz the stats, though?
My understanding was that XCOM didn't fuzz the stats, and that's what makes people so mad.
Oh, I see.
Is that,
well, this one claims to not fuzz the stats, like, explicitly, so...
Oh, no, Terry, that's what we were joking about, was the 5% is, I can remember the 5% because that's D&D. Whereas the 16% would be Warhammer 40k, and the...
This does feel like a lot of Tales, but I think that's just how the game feels.
That's just how the game feels. And the 1/3 is for World of Darkness.
Yes. Oh, I didn't know the World of Darkness has a 1/3.
It's cute. It's cute. It's you have a 30% chance of a success. But if you roll a 10, so it's a D10, and if you roll an 8, 9, or 10, it's a success.
Ah, okay, all
right. And so that's 30%. However, if you roll a 10, you get to roll again.
I see. Okay.
10 is a success and an additional roll, and that's an infinite Taylor series of.
Ah, okay, all right, cool.
So it's
all
1/3.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, Leocadia, I think it's actually like even more than that. I know that for Fire Emblem,
I've done 1,000 flips.
Is like closer to like a 99%.
So I believe it's 512. Like 2 to the 10 is 512, maybe. I'm not sure. Hold on. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 5. No, it's 10,000. 1024.
Nice. Good.
So I feel like, it should take roughly 1,000 flips to do this.
Yeah, Victoria is about having a series of complicated interlocking systems that...
It is possible, though unlikely, that this game will never end. There are no safeguards in place to prevent such a thing. This is an exercise in raw probability. 20% is unfillingly 20%, 30% is unfillingly 30%, 100% is unfillingly 100%, though you cannot ever reach 100%.
Good for them.
That would defeat the purpose.
I appreciate that. I appreciate their honesty on this one. But yeah, the core of Victoria is that it is about doing an industrial revolution. And a lot of the complexity arises from the fact that all of the things that you need in order to do an industrial revolution
are elsewhere.
Are things that your landlords do not want to exist.
Your landlords?
Yes, your own landlords as a power block internal to your own country.
Oh, the landlords of Britain.
Yeah.
Or the landlords of wherever you are. The landlords of wherever you are, yeah.
Yeah, are an active opponent of everything that makes an industrial revolution work. And it is a game that I think has a really interesting issue with foreign policy that would...
Wait, which dev was listening to our convo?
The dev. Yeah, the dev was listening to us. Yeah, the dev was responding to us in real time.
Which dev?
Those are not,
the flips.
Of this game.
Oh, the flips. Okay.
Where
because I wouldn't be like, imagine if like the dev actually just showed up and tweeted about it, and it's like I'm not, this is not impossible that the dev might tweet about the thing. Do you see the thing with Cliffoth and Clover Pit?
No.
Where somebody came in to Cliffoth, like, claiming to be the devs of Clover Pit and saying that he was by far their worst player, and, like, you know, that this is, like, very impressive, and it wasn't the devs, but the post about it went viral, and then the devs, like, you know, actually responded on the tweet. And granted him the honorary, you know, title of worst player if he wanted it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I do not think I will manage to get that for the game that I'm the worst at.
What is the game that you're the worst at? I mean, it's not just that you're the worst at the game. It's that you are the worst of all players.
I have been told.
Is it Dark Souls?
It's Dark Souls.
It's Dark Souls, okay.
That I'm the worst Dark Souls player.
You're the Dark Souls of Dark Souls players.
I'm the Dark Souls of Dark Souls players, yes.
Yeah. We found it. Okay, but I do know, you know, a certain imp who is like this but for chess.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that was one of those things that I need to read up on, because like I've heard historians talk about it, like medievalists talk about this, but I haven't like actually read the sources on it. That there was just like there's like a full on like etiquette and science to throwing at chess in the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
That, like winning at chess was not winning at chess. Like being a good chess player, like you needed to be a good enough chess player that like if you were in a chess match against your own liege, you needed to like lose gracefully in order to like make them look good.
This game seems tuned, by the way, to stay in this state for a while, where you are at a 50% chance of heads and everything else is maxed out. Mostly because the making it go beyond is 10 times as expensive as all the other ones.
And it would once you get above 50%, it's going to the 5% heads chance is going to accelerate in value, like pretty radically.
Oh, indeed, yeah. No,
it'll change everything else.
It'll change everything.
Well, not the flip speed. Flip speed won't care, but like for the heads combo multiple in particular, that's going to get like.
I mean, those are all maxed, unfortunately. Like
those are already maxed. Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's a choice to make them maxed this early, right? Like, you know.
It is. It is a choice to make them max this early and not to have them have the same scaling as heads chance. This was a choice that they made. They would have demonstrated a different thing about statistics and investments if they had gone the other way.
You know, I wanted to do the whole statistical analysis of this, but I am a little bit lazy now. I'll be real.
Fair enough.
I'll be real.
And, you know, it's interesting, right? Because like if you were to do a stock market simulator, right? There are people who would make an argument that the way that the stock market, like thinking about and investing in stocks and like investing in stock market trading as a skill, is one where you pretty much are only worrying about the combo multiplier and you can't really do anything about the chance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, like and that would be like that depends on the particular like type of trader they are and the type of trading strategy.
The type of the market. Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got the heads chance.
Congratulations. I'm watching.
And that's the 9th flip. And that's back to tails. Well, we're at 55 now.
Yeah, it's a decision about what type of story they want to teach.
We got an ad
about probability.
We have an ad starting shortly, in a moment. Should I stop flipping for the ads? Probably. I don't want them to get a win. It's the ad. The ad is an ad. Oh, okay. Ads. We're at ads. Okay.
The ads have come for the.
You know, I should try the the mainstay of ads, which is words on stream. I mean, I know a lot of people do it. I do want to do more than just words on stream.
I am frustrated because I would like to have something for chat to do that's a little bit more stimmy, but I don't want it to be words on stream.
We can make stuff that is other than words on stream, right? I think it is perfectly reasonable to create a thing that is not words on stream that we can still do.
Okay.
But we should.
One?
Yeah, we should brainstorm. Like, what can we do that is not words on stream?
I think the straightforward one would be. I think we can come up with a way of doing group mind chat.
Not
Minesweeper. Group
Minesweeper. Yeah. So I want to do Twitch Plays Minesweeper. This is actually something I'd love to write.
Yeah,
Zuma.
That one works.
Twitch Plays Zuma, which I've already written. That has the advantage of that, right?
Yeah. So doing it Minesweeper or
I'm very
'Cause I
curious if
yeah,
like everybody just now boycotts the words on stream now.
Battleship would actually work pretty easily
Battleship?
because
Well, okay, so who's playing against whom? Do you just like pick
That's the question,
two
yeah, it's
random random groups of chatters like based on their you could hash their usernames and then like
the horrible you could also you could go by their chat color.
Yeah, you could go by their chat color, yeah. But the question is how would they know what the I guess the I guess they're you just randomly assign the ships and then they are each trying to uncover as much of the other ones as possible.
The two options that I think are the funniest are well, they wouldn't be able to see things, right?
You know, they can be a race, right? It's like you can do a race where you have two different sides and you have okay, Battleship is good where you just auto-generate the ships. You have them on either side of the screen, and then you know, it's the race between the two teams to sink the one first, right? So they're just fighting against each other.
The funniest one to me, the funniest possibility is that like it's literally alternating. So somebody like what?
Oh, yeah. So then you're just not really on two different teams, right? Like
yeah, not really on two different teams.
Yeah.
There's of course the option of doing it like entirely like PVE, right? That like there's a randomly generated battleship board that they cannot see.
Yeah.
And the Twitch chat is all trying to see how fast they can sink it, or like they have a number of moves. Because words on stream is just against a timer.
Yes, it is.
Timer. So they could do battleship just against a timer. Against
they've died, by the way. They've been defeated.
They've been defeated. This is not the most competitive words on stream.
This is not the most competitive words on stream. They're dead. They're dead. Rip. Dead. But it's the end of the ad period in favor.
It's the end of the ad period. Yeah, I can see. I can see that. There might be like a more lightweight version of marbles on stream.
There is marbles on. Yeah, the marble likes on stream is a possibility. Yes.
Yeah. Pachinko.
I've seen a Pachinko sort of thing, although you don't necessarily need to. Oh, could I turn up the professor a little bit? The almond man. Okay, let me turn up the almond man. I think the almond man is quite quiet because my setup is okay. Speak.
Hello.
Hello. Is the almond man?
Hello, Twitch chat.
Is the cyanide man?
Yeah.
Are you louder now?
I don't know. I'm talking. Am I louder now?
Also,
am I louder now? Is this better
can
for you?
can I unreasonably scream something at chat? Yes, I can because of my stream.
I mean, yeah.
If the audio is suboptimal for any reason whatsoever, please scream it at your chat at your streamer like immediately. Just like tell them like if you are at all dissatisfied in any way with the audio whatsoever. This is like a real like bystander effect issue, right? Like this is a huge bystander effect issue where it's like, you know, if you don't actually tell the streamer that there's a problem with the audio, then they're gonna suffer like horribly and like they're gonna be in pain, and you're the one who caused it. It was your fault the entire time. Because that was why they're in pain. It was you and your lack of, you know, standing by as a streamer had horrible audio problems and you said nothing. You did nothing. How could you do this? You monsters. Anyway, rant over, but
yeah, I agree. Fully agreed. But yeah. I think I don't know. I just have a all
right,
kind of like
2025 Almontis chat is monsters.
Yeah, I have a kind of grudge against like knowledge-based games, like outside knowledge-based games. They irk me. I am a
fuck Carmen Sandiego. No, okay.
So
it's Carmen Sandiego count. Fuck Jeopardy.
Yeah, I do not like Jeopardy. I don't even remember what Carmen Sandiego plays. Like, I'm not a fan of the Quiz Bowl. Not a fan of these things. You'd have to like really. He's
still noticeably softer than me. Oh dear.
I think that's just because I've got a big cozy sweater.
Okay, you are 20%. What is my entire Discord?
You could also change it outside of Discord, right? You could change it on your OBS.
Oh.
If you don't want to affect your own hearing.
Well, I can also just I can make my I can also make my my earbuds quieter. Also, I'm deaf in one ear, so I'm only even putting the earbud in one ear.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
from the
No,
wax.
you have two levers. You have two levers, right? Two easy levers. The
You have two
Discord
levers
audio.
inside of you, and one of them is, you know.
I know quite a few people who are deaf in one ear.
I'm only deaf in one ear for like the last like 24 hours
Oh.
because of earwax. This has been a thing like in the past few months. It's just like I've just gotten these like insane earwax like bulky things that have like caused me to be like deaf in my right ear for like a week until I managed to finally remove it. Sorry.
Do you have dry earwax?
I don't know. It's very goopy. I don't know. I guess it dried up at some point. That yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, no, it's not a permanent deafness thing. It is a temporary thing that has been happening in the last couple of months. And I went to the doctor about it, and he painfully scraped a whole bunch of it out, but then I came back the very next day. The wax came back the very next day. The wax came back, and now it's here to stay.
You could. It sounds like it's time for you to get an actual like ear wax cleaning kit.
I'm in fact mid using that, but it makes it worse before it gets better.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to have another person do it, right?
I do have another person doing it.
Oh, hello, Terry. Yeah.
But it's the stuff that like you put the medication into the ear that causes it to kind of foam up, and then you can spurt it out with a tube.
Yeah. The other one that I know is like that's like an actual good medical use for hydrogen peroxide.
In fact, I was earlier when I was watching Prim's stream. It was on my side with like, you know, earwax removal solution bubbling up in my ear while like, you know, it was like solidifying my ear bubble thing into a more of a plug so you can spurt it out later. But you know, what are you gonna do except watch Primrose at that time?
There was a really horrifying ad that I saw several years ago for a traditional Asian style earwax pick that had a camera on it.
Oh yeah. No, I've seen stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the camera goes to
the
your
endoscope.
Phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's got the endoscope on it.
Don't a bunch of VTubers
like,
use that for like content?
Oh yeah, people use the endoscope for content all the time.
Yeah. A nice elf in your role, exactly.
But they, they had like this video that seemed all like very normal. There was like cartoon graphics of like how the thing like works and like how it helps you like get the earwax out when you don't have somebody else to do it for you.
Yeah.
And then in the last like 2 seconds of it, they just have like up speeded like 2x speed actual footage of somebody of like what the endoscopic camera looks like going into your ears. It's like jabbing in and out violently into the
like,
ear canal. It's like a complete horror movie moment for like
of course one could do a face reveal, except the face reveal is just the inside of your ear.
Yeah,
that's the only part of your they can see, right? Like is
do a face reveal 1% at a time with a random 1% at each time.
I think like one of the most popular Niji Sanji like JP streamers like just showed her colonoscopy on stream as her debut. And then ended up with like 2 million subs.
We really are trying to reinvent Smart Pipe, aren't we? Like that's that seems to be the hot new thing. Is like bringing Smart Pipe back.
What's Smart Pipe? Is this some?
Smart Pipe is a registered sex offender.
Oh, I thought this was some.
The first company is a registered sex offender.
I thought this was some like fun website from like the 90s or something.
Smart Pipe was a comedic video from several years ago.
Okay.
About a tech startup that would take pictures of your.
I'm talking about
butthole.
Salome and then the Ojo Sama. Yes, yeah. I am talking about Salome. I don't know who Smart Pipe is.
This was a fake tech startup that like it was a camera in your toilet and would take pictures of your butthole.
Yes.
To like diagnose, to like tell you things about your health as like a joke about like Fitbit tracking kind of stuff. And like this was like the whole bit about it was just like the safety and privacy concerns over having just a toilet that takes pictures of your underside, and like the safety and privacy concerns that are so bad that the ad is just constantly having to say like Smart Pipe is a registered sex offender. Like, this is the first company that's a registered sex offender. Like, they just, like, have
Oh,
to
wait,
keep
wait,
on
9x,
fighting.
9x, 9x.
Yeah.
Oh,
9x?
okay, I got one of the endings.
Hooray!
It, gone but not forgotten. I put it onto the edge.
Congratulations.
Game over. Holo flips
win.
1623. Do I just exit? Is that it?
Do
Okay.
you flip the table? Do you start the squall?
No, I think I just start over. All right, cool. We start over. It's so slow.
This is how flipping works.
Well, I want to get another ending. Okay, so
So anyway, several text
okay.
now have been...
What this reminds me of, by the way, is of specifically. Oh, it's so slow now. This reminds me of a different. I think it was like some. It was a comedy sketch on some. I forget whether it was like.
I know Heather Flowers. Huh.
Who is Heather Flowers?
They're a.
I know Sarashu, but I don't know the others. Sarashu is like the score composer, one of the two people who compose the score for Steven Universe.
Heather Flowers is a game developer. They made Extreme Meat Punks Forever.
Oh, cool! I've never heard of that game.
Oh, that one's very cool. That one's very cool. Yes, and this is Turi understands what I was thinking about.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. So the sort of comedy sketch thing was like a magician who was doing an incredibly risky like escape artist stunt thing where they had like a local deputy sheriff nearby and then a group of like school children, and the thing was like if the person failed to escape in time, then a robotic arm would like pull aside would pull his pants down in front of the school children, causing him to become a registered sex offender. Yeah.
That I've always found it deeply funny that the like the way that opens up with the phrasing of like others have put their life on the line for fame and fortune, but none of them have been brave enough to risk becoming a registered sex offender. Which is one of those. It's one of those insights that I've enjoyed quite a bit, and I think actually one of the best expressions of this sentiment was from Heath Ledger's A Knight's Tale, where you know he's like, I will win these games for you. I'll win at the tournament for you, my love, to prove my love. And then she goes, this is bullshit. You wanted to win anyway. It makes you look good anyway. You are not sacrificing anything. It doesn't prove anything other than that, like, something you did, something that you already wanted to do no matter what.
Yeah.
If you want to prove something, you should throw.
Yeah, you should lose the tournament for me. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you should throw flagrantly and embarrassingly and humiliate yourself in public for me. That's how you would demonstrate.
Yeah, I think I did say early on in my when I was like talking about my love to Turi when we were like early on in dating. I said something like, I would graduate for you.
Graduate for you. He did throw. It's a sweet moment in the movie. A Knight's Tale is good. A Knight's Tale is good. Like it's good. It's a good film. It's got Alan Tudyk, a generally underused talent.
Patink. Okay. Down. This is my 100th flip.
Hooray. Okay. I should go to bed. I came on here because I had a very specific thought that I wanted to relay to you.
We've conveyed a bunch of thoughts. Hold on. Well,
yeah, we can use history.
Okay,
we can use the history of psychology.
But. That's a lot of times to say but. Yes. I would love to actually do VTuber Dropout.
I've been on board for months, man.
Okay, so let's get together the crew and let's actually like do this, because I think like at the very least, like, you know, I let's make sure that like I get the I can at least do like the sticking post-it notes to people. Are there other things other than sticking like specific post-it notes to people that we should that I should think about how to implement in a VTuber context?
The key is, do you understand the premise of what Game Changer is?
My understanding of the premise is there is it is like what looks like a sort of ordinary quiz show, except there's some sort of weird twist that they end up figuring out.
Specifically, it is the game show that changes every show. And
okay, that
usually
changes every show. I think I know that too. Yeah.
They do not tell the contestants the rules. The contestants have to...
okay, and then they have to figure out...
have to solve the rules to the game show. Okay. On that note, because I am your friend, I will emergency flip you, and then I will...
Boom.
I will...
Boom. The game is figuring out this week's game.
Yes.
Whee!
Flip and... Whee! There we go. Managed to time it right there. There we go. Okay, okay. Now I'm down. I'm so tired. Have a good night. Have a good night.
All right, see you.
Have a good night, chat.
Bye.
I lost track of my Discord. Okay, there we go. Goodbye.
Bye. That was Almontis. I can put on my own BGM and it's fine. Sleep, eat well. The game is figuring out this week's game, yeah. No, but like there's a whole bunch of like very small little kind of like the 3 points doesn't matter. Yeah. It's all made up and the points don't matter. I mean, I think there's just like so much. It's a lot of it. I think my understanding is a lot of it is like performance based, right? Like a lot of it is just like, okay, well you have to say yeehaw or whatever, like, you know, while you're saying every single response to everything. So I think it should be doable with, like, there's very little I think that requires a ton of craziness to it. I think you can probably just do a VTubing thing, right? It should be VTuberable. It should be highly VTuberable. Honestly, many game shows should be VTuberable, and VTubers do some game shows, but I feel like, you know, they don't usually do casual game shows. I don't know. There's always a lot of like work and production put into making a lot of VTuber game shows happen, like, you know, coding an entire like kind of dungeon crawler game for it. There's like, you know, different VTuber stuff where it was like, what are some other VTuber? Oh yeah, there's the one where it's like you're literally everybody is 3D tracked and they're trying to like do the Japanese like kind of cutout in the thing, right? Like the Game Changer with 1 year of prep. Yeah, exactly, right? Like the Game Changer that takes place like on a plane, like flying over the Pacific Ocean, like, you know, with the with a bunch of like motion tracking cameras and like parachutes and oh man. I'm kind of curious what I'm going to be doing in Korea, and the answer is probably off collabs. There are going to be some number of interesting off collabs, which I know that off collabs too have not. I feel like off collabs have lost the kind of appeal that they once had when everybody was huddled together and like being like, okay, well, you know, holy shit, they're able to actually see each other after all this COVID. But yeah, Game Changer in VR chat is, I think, like logical, but I think you can just do Game Changer in VTubing. Hello, Dennis. Hello, lava flower, lava flower, lava flower, lava flower. Hello, Dennis. How was your stream? How was the stream of the Dennis? We are on our second run of unfair flips and talking about doing Game Changer as a VTuber. Like, what would you have to do in order to do Game Changer, the game show? Ooh, and Terraria. What is the last boss that you fought, so I don't accidentally say anything that's a spoiler? What is the which bosses have you fought? What biomes are you aware of? You're right before Skeletron? Okay, alright. Nice. Skeletron! I'm gonna go dime. I'm going full dime. Skeletron is quite early, in fact, yeah. I'm flipping this 30% heads chance. But if I flip it 10 heads in a row, then I win. But the 10th head only has apparently a 10% chance of actually happening. Otherwise, like, I might get one of the other possible endings to the game, so. 10 heads, yep. And the heads are... Technically, they're all heads, because, like, you know, the tails is unhappy faces, so really they're all heads. I believe this is the entire game. This is, like, literally it. Get head? Man, this is I can hear the... I can hear the hiss of the audio in the background of this game. Oh, I should probably increase my flip chance. Get head or get tail? Oh, yes. Tail time. I would like tail time to come back. The 3D model is now in progress, so we're actually in a... Would take retakes and bits or post animation bits? $1 million, but okay. So which there's got to be some game changers that are just like if you're just doing improv skits and you're just having a thing where you slap the post-it note like automatically on the person, right? That's just an item. That's just an item. Bah. Okay, I think I can be... I need to get closer. I've been lazing back in my chair. What? What?
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Okay, well, does it work with my eyes closed? I can't see chat. You could probably... Okay, so one thing that you could do for an eyes closed thing, right? Oh. Problem is being able to see everyone else's notes while not seeing yours. There are ways to do it. I believe there are ways that one can simply get an automatic, like, system to, like, slap notes on everybody, and then you just don't look at your OBS. And there's some amount of physical comedy stuff I think that you can do with, like, you know, some VTuber collab software, right? Like, thank you for the watering of the shrimp. And for the stretch. Oh. Oh, dear. Wah. I stuck them in an escape room. Well, you just stick them in an escape room, but just with the head-mounted cameras. I think you can stick people in an escape room in VR, right? Like, that is something you can do. Thank you for the raid. Have a good eat, and then possibly eat. But mostly eat. But, yeah. Bop, 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 bop. Bop. Bum. Where I need to bounce with each coin. Bow. Bum. Bum. Ah. Bleh. Wah. 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 You can certainly probably blindfold somebody in VR chat effectively, right? Like, whee. Flip with every flip, yeah. I mean, I guess I could flip with every flip. Hold on. Do I have a button to just flip? Did I make a flip button? Hold on. One moment, making a flip button. Ba-ba. Okay. All right, so Flip. I mean, this is like this kind of flip, right? Whee! Also, it's too fast. Could spin work better? Yeah, spin probably works better. Wait, spin? Wait, no. Spin. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, there you go. It's not fast enough, and it's also, it's revealing... Hold on. I can do a flip that's faster, and... Let me see if I can... Let me see if I can do a faster flip. I'm gonna quickly make a faster flip, and one that doesn't actually, like, entirely turn me... I mean, if I turn myself enough, then I'll get all the way around to the beginning, but... fast flip? Yeah, I know, I'm tilting. Like, the amount of losing that I've done in this game has tilted me, unfortunately. Alright, where is it? Where's the flip? Flip. Let's see. No, that's not spin. Spin. Alright, I'm gonna make a faster spin. Duplicate. Rename. Rename? Okay. Delete. Delete. Okay. Delete. Delete. And then I want to rotate like way faster. Okay. Okay. This should be... This should be way faster. All right. Less shrimp tipping. And then put this here. Okay. Action. Fast spin? This has not been saved? The action exists? Okay. Delete. There we go. Cool. All right. Do we need needless? Should we add needless complexity to the bit? You guys know me way too well. I don't think so. I'm just gonna do this. Whee! There we go. Whee! 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 There we go. You slow spun me. Hold on, I need to. Can I do this in a way where it just triggers on me clicking? Trigger. Create a trigger. I should be able to do a trigger for clicking, right? Left click, fast spin. Add core system. No, voice, quotes, hotkeys, inputs, mouse click. Button 1. Yeah, okay. A. All right. So now this will happen whenever I click. So, all right, cool. We've done it. We made it. God damn it. This is not even that complex. The funny thing, it looks like I'm just kicking the coin up into the air every single time. Okay. That's still... Okay. There you go. I'm just kicking the coin. It's actually timed perfectly for me to just kick the coin up into the air. Rising and falling while flipping. I mean, that's not that hard to do. Hold on. I mean, I can make myself rise and fall. Hold on. Ah, oh god, oh god. Oh no, oh no. Actually, I don't know how much the... Oh, I guess it's like... Nope. Ah. No, no. Let me drag myself down. Okay. I just need to do this stuff with the right button. Okay, cool. Wee. Boink. 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 Alright. Alright, this is now a Kari stream, guys! This is 100% a Kari stream. This is a Kari stream. Welcome to the Kari stream. This is now properly a Kari stream. I am Kari streaming. It was not a Kari stream before, but now it's a Kari stream. Welcome to my little welcome to my insane little stream, right? This is gonna give people epilepsy. I hope not. Do I need to jump higher? Oh my god. Ah! See, it doesn't even work all the time because I'm not actually flipping it on time. Okay. Am I inching over? I think I'm just like, here. Got it. There we go. There we go. We're in the right place. The timing is impeccable. Yeah. Also, I think I am, in fact, like, shifting over a little bit. Wha! Shit! Wha! Wha! This is my 500th flip. Oh my god. Ah! Ah! Shit! Shit! Wha! 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 Ha! How are you guys all doing? Wha! I am a little bit tilted now. Wha! 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 Here's a way to get this to not actually tilt. Hold on, I'm gonna do that because, you know, there's no reason for me to not be... Rotation is 0, but not relative to model. I think we can do it false. There you go. Wee. Now I just go back to normal. Wee. Ha! Hiya! The flip audio is getting a bit repetitive. I mean, it's part of the bit. Do I need to make it quieter? I can make it quieter. Hold on. I can do it a different way. I can do this differently. I can make this a Kari stream. What if? What if? Yes. What if we don't do this, but we do this? Wee. 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 Fuck. Okay. Wee. 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 Wee.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll stretch. Okay. Wee. Okay, I have something to confess to you. I'm French. I've actually said this several times. I'm French. Oui. C'est soi. Oui. There are not enough pig VTubers. I need a faster flip. Okay, but there's a lot of like bug VTubers. There's a lot of like insect, like abomination-y, like kind of like, you know, there's like moths, cockroaches, like kind of weird zombies, you know, there's, you know, lots of monsters, but like very few pigs. We. Maybe you just need to. Maybe pigs don't lean into it enough. We. Pigs are leaning candy. Maybe the pigs are too human. We. Oh, thanks for the water. Oh. Ah. We. Pig girls are pretty. Okay, I feel like there's a whole sort of attractive pig girl kind of like thing that could have existed. Like, I don't know. Is everybody just think Miss Piggy, right? Like, but like Miss Piggy is. I don't know. I guess Miss Piggy is her own kind of trope. We. This is getting a little bit repetitive, and I can't say anything on top of it, too. We. Guys, if you need to train an AI model of me saying the word we over and over again, then unfortunately, you've got all your training data. We. Well, are you going to be nauseous, or am I going to be nauseous? See, I'm just punching this thing. I don't know. I'm kicking this thing up into. I'm doing my flip kick. Look, I learned from the best. She performs attractiveness, but isn't. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's also the whole like, you know. There's a whole like kind of drag queen thing to Miss Piggy as well, right? Like. Boop. Boop. Bop. Anyway, I'm just learning from my classmate. Bump. Kick flip. Can your VTuber do a kick flip? Can your VTuber do 100 kick flips in 100 seconds? I mean, I think like wasn't Miss Piggy played by Frank Oz or someone? I thought. This does remind me of one of the most horrifying bits of lore, which is that like they were in discussions to have like was Big Bird be on the Challenger flight. Very few people want to hear those jokes that often. I mean, like, you know, I've gone a few years hearing about frying rice, and you know, it's fine, I guess. I don't know. I've gone several years of rice frying, and not even that kind of shrimp. I do feel like there's a lot of like memes about basically every single type of animal. They have pig jokes, yeah. Yeah, pig. I know. What are other animals that are underrepresented? Humans. All right, we need to figure out what to actually go for this time when we finally get it. Maybe heads chance? Or just quadrupling the... I think quadrupling the coin worth is the decent thing. I think dollar% was correct. Yeah, exclusively by men. Yep. Ah. See, get yourself a VTuber who can kickflip a toonie, or a loony, rather. See, there's a problem. If this game was Canadian, then we'd be able to kickflip toonies instead of just loonies. But like, now that it's like this, it's like only a loony. Boing. 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 What? 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 Actually, I have a curious... I'm curious. What if I just stand here? Here. Boing. What? That's a fun effect. I guess I could stand right next to it. Here. Blink. 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 There you go. Blink. Probably. What's the coin flip time at? Let me see the next time. Kari coin was the intended bid, yeah. I mean, I feel like this actually just works, right? This is just... I'm just flipping the coin now. What? What? Meow. Doink. 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 And look at my precise kicking. Boink. 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 What? What? Or... I guess I could go... Here. Now you can actually see me. Hello. Hi, chat. How are things going? How are you doing? I know my face is not as visible as it usually is, but like, you know, nice to join you here at the flipping side. Counting the pixels, yeah. Ha! 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 What? 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 That was a fair number of flips. Hold on. Whoop. Whoop. I should flip faster. Whoop. It's now 9,99998 seconds. What? What did I do? Why is it not 1 second? Okay, well now I can get both of these, right? But I flipped each other. Damn you, floating point! Damn you, floating point! Why am I not obeying the laws of physics? We don't obey the laws of physics here. Is it shorter every playthrough? Is that actually a thing? By a tiny amount of floating point? Is this a bug? Also, you know, you never know that we're not, like, underwater now, right? Just look back and we could have been underwater the entire time. Wait, are we underwater the entire time? Hold on. No? Well, none of these buttons work. I was gonna put us underwater the entire time. One thing I can do. What? Ah, okay. There we go. That was one thing we can do. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to improve my probabilities at all, but, you know, it works. Welcome, Baron. How do ye? I am having a lot of fun flipping. Ah! Ah! Okay, alright. Stretch, 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 stretch. The first one is have fun, yeah. And then the zeroth law of thermodynamics is if a card's text overrides any of these rules, then the card text takes precedence. So that's a zeroth law of thermodynamics. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. I feel like I could have the coin launch me into the air too. If I just stayed up in the air for like a little longer than a second, yeah. Hold on. Human average. Wow. Is this I delay this for... Oh my god. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, okay. That should be exactly the amount of time, right? Wait, no. Okay. We didn't just win the game while I was trying to do this. Okay. On this. Oh, this should take 4 seconds. Okay, I see. Okay. And then this should be a larger number. Turns out you can do an awful lot of stuff with left, right clicks? No. Okay. No, it's sending me off the screen. Okay. No, we should be good. Okay. All right. Cool. Now I should be able to flip off the... What kind of card overrides have fun? A lot of cards, unfortunately. That's why they got nerfed. Wait. Why am I dropping so fast? Hold on. Gotta fix this. I'm flipping trying to do this. Edit? There we go. Okay, we'll see if this works. Sort of? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we got a couple of other things that we can do. Hold on, I'm gonna flip some more. I gotta do a couple flips in there, you know? It's like it's not fair. Well, no, just rotation. Just rotate. Well, put me down here. Okay. Oh. I'm bouncing. All right, cool. There you go. I feel like this is the wrong way. I feel like it's gotta be the same way every time. It is not. Here, can I... okay. Alright, cool. Now I can actually change this thing without flipping every single time. Go. There was a reason all of these rotations were 179. Okay. Cool. Wait, no, it's... Immersion broken, I stopped it. Here we go. Bonk. 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 Wait. Wait, it's the wrong way! It's not the wrong... It's the wrong way! It's the wrong way! God damn it. I'm flipping the wrong way. Okay. Do not the spin right now. Okay, now the coin will be spun with. And then I will fly above it too. There we go. Okay. Am I flipping? Yeah, I am flipping. Here. Oh, shit. Well, I didn't flip that time. Hello, Nagi, by the way. I am flipping. There you go. Boink. Oh. Boink. 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 I think I need to flip even more. Oh, sorry, ads. Ads. Well, I'm gonna buy more of a heads chance. Did I get 30,000 coins now? Okay, well, we're at 55% now. Let's see if you guys can win a words on stream, by the way. I'm gonna try it once again. Get anagrammed. I'm gonna flip on the... Well, I guess if I click on it, I get to flip on the anagrams with you. Boink. Boink! Hey, it's a mosaic. Hold on. It's a mosaic. Mosaic. I'm screaming mosaic. Also, if you have not been to the channel in a while, we have beautiful new sub badges with all these different types of, you know, little jellyfish. And the jellyfish can get hats and giant pirate hats even. If you're long enough. No. It's, I swear, subbing is not a scam. It's not a scam. We have sub stuff now. Yeah, we're flipping. We're flipping, and it's not a scam. Our mosaic is not a scam. I'm in. It has to be 4 letters or more. Flip. I'm gonna jump until you guys actually do this. Pain. How about mica? M-I-C-A. How about maíz? I think that's Spanish, so it doesn't actually count, but there you go. There's some mica. We gotta get some more. How about Sacco? Small Camisole ended up on Detroit News. Soma. Is camo not a word? Skim? Somehow camo. Misk. Misk? I feel like misk should be something. I don't know. Alright, death! We're all dead. And the ad is, 17 seconds away. Alright. Alright. We're back to flipping. I'm too low. I'm gonna jump here. How is that? Like. I feel like I need to go a little bit higher. Gotta go a wee bit higher. Oh. I feel like even the amount of height that I have here is not quite enough. I think I need to leap entire buildings in a single bound. Well, it would be nice to actually leap the tall buildings in a single bound. There you go. Boink. There we go. I can now flip entirely above the coin. Boing. 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 Guys, I have the best trampoline. Boink. 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 Wire mica? Mica is a thing. Soma is also a thing. You got a fever and flu after having vax shots? What? I got a flu vaccine. I got nothing at all. Meanwhile, I feel bad about this, but the bird seems to have come down with an awfully bad case of control. Although I think they're better now. Well, both of them seem to have come down with a bad case of control. They took the COVID test, and the C line came back. The C line came back very strong, and they were like, "Oh no, I have COVID." Bird was like, "Oh no, I have COVID," and it turns out they just have control. Control is a very serious condition, unfortunately. I'm slipping slowly down. Stand on the platform. Boing, 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 boing. Anyway, Nagi, we're doing Dropout, but we're doing Game Changer, but VTubers, okay? This is happening. We're putting together a crack team of comedians, and we're gonna do all of your favorite games of Changer variety, except we're gonna take the idea and do VTubing. And you're conscripted whether you like it or not. I'm sorry, you're yoinked into this. You are going to be the game changer. No. They've guitar strung me. Damn. Your incredible comedic prowess will become legendary in the world. You do have incredible comedic prowess, right? Like, I do keep slipping down, by the way. Bow, bow. Yeah, of course. Yeah, indeed. You're quite the comedian. Do you want to yap on this stream, or do you want to just yap at me from the comfort of typing? Oh, I'm flipping because I'm flipping the coin. I need to flip 10 heads to win. If I flip it 10 times, then I win. In a row, yes. Excuse me, yes. Not 10, period. You need to flip 10 times in a row. I also do, like, random jet lag challenges. I think that's another option, right? There's a lot of games. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Oh god! Oh god! Okay. Thank you for the water. Frick. Ah. Oh. Oh. I don't know why it sounds like whenever I open this thing, it's like there's a whole, like, crackly thing in my audio, even though I don't think that there's, like... My audio interface is haunted, I think. I've had to do some sort of weird, like, hack to it to get it to even, like, work. But, like, yeah, I think it's haunting. It's haunted. It's cursed. It's accursed. Boom. It's just like the faintest sort of machine whir noise, but it goes away whenever I click away from the screen. So yeah, I think it's just I'm cursed. I think my audio devices are cursed. I'm gonna do something horrifying and use stereo. Oh, what? 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 Boing. 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 Instantly. I do have a question, guys. How terrifying is the idea of a shrimp with a consistent schedule? How horrifying would that be if that were to come to fruition? I'm still doing this. You say impossible? It is impossible. But if it were to come to pass, how insane would that be? If it's always this late, you'd be concerned for your sleep. It is often this late, but I don't think it should always be this late. I mean, one change, right, is that in January, right, I will be moving to the East Coast, right? So I'll be moving 3 hours ahead into the future, and so in fact, you know, streaming at the same time, local time, would be... It's unimaginable for Trim to have a consistent schedule. East Coast, yes. 3 hours, like... Okay, so basically, if I were to stream at my own same subjective time, I would be streaming 3 hours earlier, right? So, whereas it's 4 a.m. for some people, right? Like, it would be more like 1 a.m. So I would start 3 hours earlier on average. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm bouncing. I realize this is the sort of like etchy, like, oh, the model's making, okay, fine, I'll be small. Like. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah! Oh man. Like, no, flip. Dramatically, you've gotten me to have heads 7 times in a row, I guess? 9 times in a row? Oh shit, we won the game! Well, that really was dramatic. Good job. I could flip for joy. Guys, good job. Guys, good job. Consequences for other of your... Hey, it was the most dramatic shrimp ever. And now I'm standing on the table, and now we've played this game. I guess we've played two endings of it, right? I've gotten a good job. Yay! Okay. Well, yeah. 1350 flips. Yeah. That I've been doing a lot of flipping. I think there's one more ending. Let me look at my Steam achievements and see if we can like max out this game. 19% of players have this achievement of actually beating this game. Get egg bugged. Ending. Say hello to an old friend. Okay. There's a... Okay. Oh, flip. Global achievements. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Excuse me. Oops. Get egg bugged. Your coin is... Okay, so there's 3 other... This is actually the rarest achievement in the game to actually win. And then there's like a bunch of other achievos. And so let's do the actual let's try a couple of more. All right. Have a good eep. We have won the game. So now we win again. Oh. No. That's not where I am. Have a good lurk. Flip. Flop. Flop. Sleep. So, okay. Now I'm flipping too fast. I think I'm gonna unflip and just yap at you. I shall spend the next little amount of time not flipping and instead yapping. Hello. I am not flipping now. I'm merely large and in charge and in front of you. And hello. Hi. I am huge, and also this coin exists. Hello, how are you doing? Well, I can still flip, but like not that kind of flip. How do you do this fine day? My days have been going okay. I think dealing with the you know, it's kind of weird that like depression is like sometimes motivating. Just woke up and need coffee. Ooh, what kind of coffee are you having? I never can quite decide whether to do something more dark roasty or something more light roasty. Also, I am much more kind of... Honestly, I need to use it more, but I've been using like this like it's what's it, a mocha pot, right? It's a thing where you have like the little aluminum thing that you put on the stove, and it sort of capillary actions the water up through the coffee beans that you put in the top. Oh, nice that your fever broke. I'm glad to hear that. Am I doing better? I'm doing better, which means that I'm actually kind of doing, in some ways, like, it's harder for me to do some things, right? I feel like this is the thing. It's like, actually, my depression is, like, way better than it was, right? I think stuff that I've been using for it has actually been working, which has made it a lot harder to sort of motivate myself to do basic things, which is very strange, right? Like, in the past, like, kind of my depression made me, like, kind of feel pain, and then pain caused me to, like, feel alive and make me want to actually do things and move and act in the world. And now that the pain is, like, a lot lower, then it's like, oh, yeah. It's, yeah, no, it's the freaking SSRIs. Like, they just, like, they kill your motivation to do things, and it's very hard. Which I've always been very, very, like, nervous about putting stuff in my body, even with, like, the compliant female, like, kind of, you know, report, right? Yeah. Depression is annoying. I mean, I started VTubing because I was, like, sitting in my apartment and it was COVID and I was depressed, right? Like, I know, shockingly unusual story. Shockingly strange, like, kind of, like, nobody, this is, like, nobody's origin story in this, right? It's like, you know, nobody started doing this because they were sitting in their apartment and depressed, like, during COVID, because, like, there wasn't a lot of, like, other social stuff to do, and then, you know, you just kind of, like, want to make friends through, like, this, like, interesting, like, way to connect with people in a way that, like, you know, allows you to sort of talk to the world and, like, you know, meet people and say hello to people with, like, God, I miss early VTubing culture so much. There was a time at which people were so, like, excited by it, and maybe this is still a thing that happens in some circles. I remember when people would just get into these big VCs together, and then, like, you know, start, you know, you just start using your model, and, like, you just sit there and you talk to each other, and then it's so exciting. And then, of course, nobody can travel at all because, like, all the flights are basically, like, impossible. So, you know, you don't ever see each other. And plus, you know, a lot of the people don't want to see each other anyway, like, not in person. There's no opportunity for people to get to know each other in person. And so instead what happens is that, you know, everyone has fun together. I don't know. Should I wait until the coin is not a penny? I'm, like, inclined to wait to nickelify the coin, and then the other stuff will show up much faster. Maybe this is a fool's errand. Your emotional empathy, yeah, no, it's a deeply frustrating thing. I know. I feel like there are a lot of ways that we can engage with each other. Engage is such an oof word. There's so many ways that we can sort of connect with each other through this technology that are not merely, you know, not that there's anything at all wrong with this, but I think, like, we've gotten very, like, kind of content-sided about this. You know, how many people are out there just kind of, like, existing as VTubers? You know? As in, like, the VTuber is, like, a thing that you just, this is, like, who you are on the internet. It's not a thing for, like, you know, streaming necessarily or making YouTube videos, but, like, you know, this is just kind of who you are. And then, like, if you're, you know, jumping on a call with someone, or you're just kind of, like, playing, you know, you're hanging out, or you're going to a con, you just, like, go as the, you know, not necessarily because you have a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel or anything, but you just, like, kind of, yeah, I mean, like, I this is why I've never been, like, down on VTweeters, I think, in the same way that I think a lot of people are. It's like, you know, I think that, I mean, I do think that, I am talking here a little bit about, like, having the model, right? Like, I think just one thing that, like, VTweeters don't do as much often is, like, have a model. But I think that there's still, like, completely I think there is a thing. There's, like, an opportunity for, like, kind of something that could be seen as V-tweeting, except it's just, like, without a model, I guess, yeah. With a model, sorry, excuse me. I mean, some V-tweeters have models. I don't know. Twitter seems fake too, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Twitter seems extremely fake to me. Twitter is like a very kind of not really a place. I don't trust Twitter. Twitter is a silly place. Let us not go there. It's not even Twitter anymore. It's horrifying. Twitter is there for schedules, which were invented by Amelia Watson in 2020. Did you know that the schedule was in fact invented by the VTuber Amelia Watson in 2020? Before 2020, the concept of a schedule didn't exist. Like, nobody actually had a schedule for anything. We just kind of like vibed, and Amelia Watson was the one who actually invented the concept of schedules, which is why she's a time traveler, right? So. And I jest, but I think she basically did invent the VTuber schedule, which I did several tests during the height of VTubering in like 2022 or whatever. And if you searched Twitter for schedule at the time, right, the bulk of them were VTuber schedules. So like there was not another group of people doing schedules in a way that like the VTubers were doing schedules. VTubers just schedule harder than everyone, I guess. More. No. Damn. Okay. Faster though. How the duty? I'm doing. I'm existing. I'm going to Korea in a couple days. I voted today. I voted in my first American election. I voted in a Canadian election earlier this year, so I've done two countries' elections in 1 year. That's a first for me. Mainly because this is the first year I've actually had two citizenships. So I got two elections in 1 year. So I voted. I'm about to go to Korea. Oh, I got my very fancy official certificate allowing me to bring amphetamines into the country of the Republic of Korea. So I'm going to be one of the very few random individuals walking around popping amphetamines with the official like kind of. It's really cool too. It's got like a fancy like red seal that's like square, and it's got all these like Korean like kind of like it's like very very fancy kind of like stamp PNG that they put onto it. It's like it's very cool. And so it's like we've got this like very fun little like I don't know, it looks very nice. The you may bring 14 pills of Adderall into Korea certificate from the Korean Food and Drug Administration. Right, that I applied for on their fancy website that they created in January, and it came in. It came in time, so I'm gonna get it. I could get it framed, yeah. No, I can get framed my official permit from the Korean government in order to take 14 pills of extended release Adderall into the country. It was very fun, and then Turi's got approved at the same time, and so we can actually put like his and her certificates and get them framed together and put them next to each other. His and hers Adderall certificates. I was really worried because they had like a whole bunch of like very specific kind of requirements to get this thing done, that I was worried that because the prescription doesn't have your date of birth on it, and they say like you must show a valid prescription that has the information such as like name, date of birth, etc., and and I was looking at it, I was like, the prescription like plain does not have that detail, so like I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do this. Ah shit, I went to the doctor yesterday or 2 days ago about the earwax. And have I tried magic shroomies? I've not gotten a prescription for magic shroomies. I'm doing this 100% legally. But to the point of like applying for the weird special permit to be able to take like a small supply of them into Korea is like very. I still think this whole thing is like hilarious. It's like part of it is like I'm glad that I was able, even if like the 14 days of like, you know, Adderall on vacation are not going to really make that much of a difference because like I'm going to be traveling a whole bunch anyway, right? I think it's still very interesting to like do a thing where it's like, oh well, you know, I get to use this like weird, like particular process that not a lot of people end up dealing with, right? It's strict, but like, you know, I have to give them credit. They have a process, right? It's not Japan, who is like, nope, no Adderall, whatever. Like they changed their law recently, like last year, and they're like, you can bring in, you know, amphetamines for personal use into the country or other certain types of narcotics into the country, just as long as, you know, it's not weed and it's not, you know, you get advance permission from the government to bring it in. And you apply at least 10 business days in advance. And they, to their credit, they did it in like 6 or 7 business days, right? Oh yeah, no, it's a very cool permit, right? It's like, it's officially like kind of stamped with the, I mean, it's a PNG. It's just a copy pasted PNG. It's the same PNG they do for everything, but it looks very official, right? This official document looks extremely official, right? Like it is, you know what it reminded me of? In Persona 5, the CEO boss guy, Okumura, makes his, like, robot in his mind palace that you fight him in. He makes his, like, employees, like, self-destruct themselves. And then he does, like, he issues them, like, a corporate order to, like, blow themselves up. That is stamped with like the sort of like square, like official corporate, like Japanese stamp. And like the stamp is like so similar to that, right? I mean, I guess theoretically you could be prescribed weed. In fact, some people are, but yeah, they don't allow that. They allow amphetamines. They allow other kind of stuff like that, but like, yes, you're not allowed to have it for more than like 30 days, I think. And you have to tell them exactly what your travel plans are and exactly how long. If you take more than the amount for your stay, you need to give them like all of your like layover plans in other countries. So, or your travels after you leave Korea. But I'm very curious just to see what it looks like when I actually get into customs and be like, you know, okay, so I've got this form, right? I've got this permit. Here are the 14 pills that I have. It's specifically these 14 pills and nothing else. And, you know, I have other meds, but they're not like controlled. But like, yeah. I do find it very fun that I will be one of probably like a tiny handful of like individuals in all of Korea that is like legally taking amphetamines, you know, and possessing them, right? Like I alone, well, me and Turi will be some of the only people in all of Korea who are like legally allowed to be possessing and taking this stuff. Am I going to jail? I am specifically not going to jail because I've applied for and received official permission from the Korean government to take 14 pills of Adderall XR into the country for a vacation, a sightseeing trip there. And they granted it to me on an official, like, cool stamp and everything. So I am specifically not going to jail, at least not for that, if they, you know, honor their own certificate, which they created a process for. No, I don't believe I'm going to jail, but maybe they will see otherwise, but I don't believe I'm going to jail. Oh, indeed, yeah. I mean, it's only really a thing for, like, if I were to move there, I'd have to find another solution. There are other options, but, like, you know, it doesn't work for, you know, if you live there. 500 flips. I do think that, like, my order of doing things is probably right. bum bum. I was gonna say something about earwax. Oh yes, I have it and it's a problem. I went to my doctor for earwax, and yeah, I have earwax. I have a lot of earwax, and it made me deafen my left ear. Although, I don't know what's been happening, but I think the thing has cleared it out enough that actually my left ear is now finally clear. I think it cleared up around the 2-hour mark of stream. You know, honestly, what I think it was the flipping. It is, in fact, couple goals, by the way, to be in amphetamine certificates with each other, right? Will you be in amphetamines with me? Will you be in legally possessing amphetamines inside the Republic of Korea? You know, actually, is this a thing, right? Like, I guess it's not against Twitch TOS to go to Korea and take amphetamines on stream. Oh, boy. Even though amphetamines are otherwise an illegal drug in the country, besides, like, the people who have gone through this very specific, like, kind of process to take them, right? Like, it's... Oh, man. Should I take amphetamines, which is a drug that is normally not allowed in Korea, which is a country that is not normally allowed to stream on Twitch, just for the incredible, like, the loophole, like, kind of narrow exception bullshit, like, for the content? The one person taking amphetamines on Korea, the one person streaming on Twitch and taking amphetamines in Korea, all legally and all in TOS, while, like, any one of those, under normal circumstances, like, not allowed to do that, right? Like, I'm going to Korea and doing two things that are normally not allowed, and then, like, just doing it because, like, I have permission because I don't live in Korea, and also I got a special, like, permission certificate from, like, stamped with the funny red stamp. So yeah, no, I'm just that powerful. I was gonna say the rules don't apply to me, but in fact, the rules apply to me, and they bend for my will, because I, you know, get things in early and plan, I guess. Now, reading the serial number on the certificate does seem to indicate that there's not a lot of people who actually avail themselves of this process, right? I think there are two numbers that are, like, basically ID numbers on it, and I think, like, there are not very many people who actually do this process. Like, I don't think they process that many of these applications a day. Like, out of all the people traveling to Korea, I think a lot of them don't even necessarily know that there's a process for this or go through the process. I mean, there's a small handful. I actually don't know how many tourists, like, show up in Korea every year, but, like, I think it seems that the number of certificates that they've issued, according to the ID number of the thing, right, seems to be low enough to indicate that, like, not a lot of people have necessarily gone through this process. Also, the fun thing is, the process was free, right? It's actually, the only person who charged me money in this was my doctor to, like, write the diagnostic note that said that why I was taking the amphetamines in the first place, right? Like, that was the only thing that was required, and the actual, like, Korean side of the thing did not cost any money. Like, they did all of this processing. They set up this whole, like, you know, elaborate, like, you know, website, which was designed very interestingly, right? Like, it made sure that you did not actually ever enter in any piece of information twice. It did all the multiplication together of, like, your daily dosage by the number of capsules you're taking, by the amount of dosage in the pills and everything like that, and, like, no filing fee, right? Like, that is not something I'm used to at all, right? Like, I mean, there's one thing that was free that I did today, which was to vote, right? I mean, it's postage free to dump in the mailbox. But I feel like that's slightly different, right? Maybe a little bit. I did not have to pay any money to put my ballot in the mail. Boop. All right, we're up to 50% heads. Flip, 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 flirp, flirp. Lurp, 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 lurp. You have to pay a lot in the US for filing fees for what? For voting? Or for postage? Well, it's vote by mail. Doesn't have to be vote by mail, but it was vote by mail. Like there are other options, but I do think that like Korea is likely, yeah, I mean there's like fees tacked onto all sorts of things. Like fees like tacked on to, oh, actually, come to think of it, I feel like I don't necessarily, not everything is a fee. So basically, this is like just pure, you know, sitting around until we get a very, very long chain. Because we're not going to get to 10,000 like the normal way until we get a very long chain. I mean, the thing that is most awash in like filing fees, because it is paid for entirely by itself and its own filing fees, is like immigrating to the United States. So that thing is like full of filing fees for every single last like little tiny bit of whatever. Heads? Yes? Nine times heads? Hold on. Alright. Nope, it's tails. But made enough money to make heads more probable, so there's that. Heads are now more probable than tails, and it sort of feels like it. Does not stop you from getting 4 tails in a row sometimes, but like, you know. Also, it is basically the point where I have to either win or like come extremely close to winning and losing like 3 times before I can actually like think of even upgrading the head stance again, right? You don't seem to bother yourself bothering to vote in Canadian elections if you chose to move to a different country. I figure, you know, I should vote. I don't know. I figure it's a democratic right that I have, and I feel like I should do it, right? Like, I feel like they want to know what I think. Like, you know, the country has decided it is in their sort of civic kind of like, you know, constitution, I guess, right? Am I winning? I won. In fact, I in fact won. This is a very satisfying brain rot happen game. Yeah, indeed. This is like very Subway Surfers. I flipped. And also I'm going to Korea in 2 days. I'm going to South Korea. Which I, in fact, do not have citizenship in because, you know, it is only transmitted... it was only transmitted through the father at the time that I was born, and I am not, you know, Korean on that side, so... there is a possibility that if things had been slightly different that I might have it. But, yeah. Bow, 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 bow. I don't think I was like, what am I planning to do in Korea? Well, there's like some activities that people have planned out. I think there's like some sort of like Korean skincare makeup thing that some people are doing. There's like the saunas. There's like, I mean, we're going to 3 different cities. We're gonna do the tropical island. And so I've been watching a fair amount of Jet Lag, the show by the logistics YouTubers that like kind of has a, you know, I'm gonna go touch water. Yeah. But they basically, the Jet Lag people said that their favorite hotel of all time, like they're the best hotel they've ever stayed in, on the, like, while filming like 14 episodes of the show in like, you know, Europe, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, like, was when they went to Korea and they stayed in the Shilla Seoul, right? They said that like that was the best hotel that they went to. And I looked at Shilla Seoul, and then I looked at, there's actually Shilla Jeju. And since Jeju is like very off season right now because it's like a tropical island in November, right? It was actually like shockingly cheap to like, you know, kind of $130 a night for like a very nice, like kind of sweet room with a mountain view and like this hotel, which is like, you know, again, like seasoned world travelers like say that it's the Seoul version of this like same hotel was the fanciest, like nicest hotel that they had ever stayed in while like traveling for this thing for 14 or 15 things. And they've stayed in some nice places, right? Like, you know, they've stayed in some like very, very, very cool, nice places. And they said, no, the Shilla Seoul was like the best one ever. And then I looked at Shilla Jeju and it's like, it's rated as a sort of, you know, extremely fancy, like 5-star hotel, right? It's like a resort, right? Like it's fancy AF. But it was also like affordable to book because it's like, yeah. I actually don't know what the laws are on rocks. I think you can just take a rock. It is a direct flight, which is the other thing that's kind of cool. We can just go straight from here to there. It's just literally we had a good deal months ago where we looked at the flights and it was like, oh shit, there's like a direct flight, like $700 like back and forth to Seoul. Pog. And I think this will become fairly evident, but I am going to meet up with a VTuber that many of you may know. And we are going to hang out. I've invited a VTuber friend to Korea, and that VTuber friend is going to be meeting me in Korea. And we are going to hang out and probably go to a bunch of like spas and shit together. And then we're going to make some like cool... can I avoid the tax if I do a review on it? Yeah, I think it's not taxed. I guess that's the thing. I need to worry about tariffs, so maybe I need to fly to Vancouver first. Oh! By the way, I need to remember to bring an extremely large amount of Jolly Rancher, apparently, because this is, like, something that needs to be, like, supplied to the various people over there. I've been told that the Americans who are there would like some Jolly Rancher. So I need to grab, like, just a metric fuck ton of Jolly Rancher, however much is available to be smuggled into the country of smuggled. I'm not smuggling. I actually literally got import permits, but, like, you know... I'll declare just like, hey, my friend really misses this candy. God, I'm gonna show up so weird, right? Amphetamines and Jolly Ranchers, yeah, But I'm bringing it. I'm bringing the amphetamines and the Jolly Rancher. Murrah. I don't know whether you're here for this discussion, but I got an official like import certificate that allows me to like I applied for a special import certificate that allows me to bring in my my Adderall, like my amphetamine salts for ADHD into Korea. I am allowed to bring in 14 capsules for the exact duration of my stay. And it's got a cool official stamp. It's from the Korean Food and Drug Administration, everything. And it's like, you know, it's like it's all fancy and shit. Why? Because I have ADHD. I have ADHD and you're not normally allowed to have amphetamines, but they have a process by which if you have them prescribed to you in a different country and you are visiting, they don't force you to go off of your meds for 2 weeks. or however long you're staying, as long as it's not like more than 90 days, I think. I don't know. There's like some long-term stay thing, but like there's a limit on like how much you can get these things for, but like they do not force you off your meds. But you do need to apply, you know, especially for an import certificate in order to actually like allow them to do it. And you need a doctor's note and a, you know, valid prescription, and you submit that and you say like exactly how much your dosage is, and like you basically send them in a bunch of documentation. It's actually not that bad, right? Like you send them your flight itinerary, like your flight tickets and your you know, your passport and that kind of stuff, and then they issue you a 2-page document that's like, you know, if you don't tell me you have ADHD, well, no, okay. My ADHD, I have an ADHD assessment from like 12 years ago, and it describes me as a compliant female. This is like so funny. I was like, oh shit, I'm a compliant female. Do you guys know I'm a compliant female? I'm compliant. Yeah, well, I was compliant in like taking the test, I guess, right? Like, right? Yeah, imagine me compliant, a compliant female. What does that even mean? Well, it means that I didn't kind of like take when I was doing the block puzzle, I guess, I didn't take the blocks and throw them at the wall. In fact, and by the way, this is a Canadian who did this thing. The Canadian observed that I was aware of when I got questions wrong during the testing and apologized for getting them wrong. So even the Canadians were like, you apologize too much. Like, what the fuck? I should read passages. I should read passages from this thing, right? I mean, it is so docs, right? Like, so I can't actually release the entire thing without, you know, doing a whole bunch of redactions. But hold on, let me just read. Let me read a description of myself from like, you know, 12 years ago from this thing. This is very funny. Okay. Okay. Diagnosis of ADHD and also Canadian. Let's see. Miss Charybdis was born after a full-term pregnancy. She noted that she was born slightly heavy at 10 pounds 9 ounces. She reported that she experienced prenatal diabetes and was kept in incubator to monitor her blood sugar. Miss Charybdis reported that she began reading at age 1 to 2 and was reading Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time by age 4. All other developmental milestones appear to have been met on schedule. I read A Brief History of Time. I was horribly traumatized by that book, by the way. That book was horribly traumatizing because I was like, oh shit, the universe is gonna end. Fuck, it's a big crunch or just a, you know, heat death forever. And it's like, I'm 2 and this is horrifying to me knowing that the universe is fucking doomed. Oh god, we're all gonna die. So yeah, no, it was bad. That freaked me the fuck out. I cannot see your full username. You only follow pretty VTubers. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I only follow pretty VTubers. 5. I did see one person got followed by something, and I was like, I looked at the name, I was like, okay. I was in somebody's stream, and then the somebody with like a pretty unfortunate. When I wake up at 3, I'm getting the wildest Kari lore. I feel like this is not even the wildest Kari lore. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Miss Charybdis reported that she experiences difficulty in writing, quote, emails about routine things. As an example, she noted that she has not submitted 2 weeks of timesheets and has not been paid for the time reported on those timesheets. Furthermore, she reported that she has some lab-related overdue projects that she has not yet submitted. She noted that she often sits down to write an email, but then does not write the email. Ms. Charybdis reported that she ends up waiting for emails with the word urgent capitalized in the subject line, to which she is able to respond with relative ease. When asked if she feels too anxious to write emails, Ms. Charybdis reported that she feels only quiet anxiety. It doesn't rise to the level of conscious anxiety. Do I have extreme shyness? I would no, I would not characterize myself as having shyness. I am kind of, I have ADHD, but I am very, very, very gregarious about presenting myself in the middle of everywhere, right? Like I can just like throw myself in wherever the heck, right? Like. Here we go. Miss Charybdis reported difficulty with concentration. She noted that she used to read books more in the past, but now reads more articles than books. She reported that she's able to sustain her attention on interesting articles until the end of the article. With boring articles, however, Miss Charybdis reported that she is not able to pay attention for more than, quote, 23 seconds, a little over 1 page, unquote. She noted that she is impulsive, as she might impulsively call a friend to go to lunch, but she is not reckless. Miss Charybdis noted that she is occasionally hyperactive, quote, punctuated by stretches of sitting and doing nothing physical. Random. Honestly, like, my process in the US seemed quite different from my process in Canada. I mean, the Canadian one was like a full-scale, like, complete, like, you know, battery of everything, right? Like, you know, just like every single, like, damn test that they could possibly do, right? Like, and at the end of it, it's like, oh shit, you have ADHD, like, you know, this is serious, right? But also, you know, you're smart, but also you have a terrible memory. It's like you're smart, you have a terrible memory. You're bad at your cognitive performance is insanely good, but also your memory sucks, right? And then these two subscales are so far from each other that we don't think that you have a real IQ. Like I broke the scale by having too many like subtests that had like vastly different like amounts from each other. So even though they sort of have an average that is like good, they're like, this is not a real IQ, right? This does not count as an IQ because the IQ scale is not valid if you have two subtests with like more than 5 standard deviations apart from each other. And because like I got like at least one like subscore with a 99.9th percentile and at least one with a 2nd percentile, right? Like, you know, which was my visual memory. They were like, you don't have an IQ. This is not a real IQ. There's a number here, but it's a generalized ability score. It's not an IQ. This doesn't count as an IQ. So yes, I don't have an IQ. My memory is too bad to have a real IQ. Otherwise, my IQ would be actually quite high, except that the one subscale, even though the score is still quite high, my IQ doesn't exist because it is too invalid because of the giant gap. The Moe gap is actually between my memory and my processing speed. It's a weird flex that my memory is so bad that, yeah, that it destroyed my IQ. It turns out that there's ways to break these things. I didn't even know. Your concentration left your body? Were you compliant female is the question. The Canadian one involves, I don't know. I don't know whether it looked for autism. There was some mention of it. I think there is some, I think at the time the autism specialist had said that okay, this, I don't know whether I agree with this. I don't know whether, this seems wrong somehow, but like the autism specialist said very clearly, it's like, I don't think you have autism, but you have autistic traits. And this might be just like a general thing where it's like diagnosing somebody does not actually like help them, but like, you know, later a different clinic just kind of threw in an autism in there, right? Like just as a, well, not autism, but like what at the time was called Asperger's, before everybody was like, oh shit, Asperger was a terrible person. It was like a literal Nazi, right? Like, so they don't call it Asperger's. Well, I mean, some people call it Asperger's, but like, you know, I got like somebody threw an Asperger's in there at one point, and yeah. Hey, got another ending. I got the flip the coin off the screen. What is this craziness? The coin flip game? Or, hold on. I mean, it's not as crazy as, you know. It's unfair flips. But, you know, it could be a lot crazier, right? You haven't seen how crazy this can get. Ivalon, take a look. Dome. Okay. Take a look at this. Behold. I can kick flip. I've set this up to be able to do kick flips. Ah. What? What? Boink. 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 Whee. Boink. It works a lot better when the flip time is higher, right? Also, it does not distinguish between different clicks in different places on the screen. Boink.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
What? Oh man. IQs of 187 are incredibly fucking rare. I don't expect that I have there's no way that I have an IQ of 187. Let's see. How many people have an IQ theoretically, like how many people would have an IQ of 187? Let me see. I'm not saying you don't have it, but let's see. Standard deviation is 15, right? 87 divided by 15. Wait, SD above mean. What's 5.8? What's 5.8 standard deviation? Maybe Wolfram. I'll try Wolfram. Just shove it into Wolfram. Okay. 5.8 percentile of 5.8 SD above mean. Eight. Now I get it. Hold on. Gaussian CDF 5.8 SD. Hold on. Okay, that's not exactly what I was looking for. Hold on. I mean, I can just look for IQ percentile. Or I could actually just do it in R or something like that. I got it. Yeah. All right. A 187. Okay. It is so high that it is, this doesn't, okay. Gaussian CDF. Okay, so the Gaussian... This would be the Gaussian CDF of 5.8. Gaussian is a probability accumulated distribution formula at the CDF of 5.8. What's the actual number? Oh, that's a contour plot. Hold on. CDF evaluated it. Okay. Gaussian mean 0. E1 1. Well, it's 1, but it's like, okay, it's very close to 1. The question is like, what is the, hold on, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out, like, everything that I'm getting is basically not giving me decimal points for 187 that just aren't like, okay, it's better than everybody. I'm just trying to figure out, like, out of all of humanity, like, how many people would you expect statistically to have IQs above 187? And I'm not actually getting the significant digits that I need. Because I should just be able to get a precise... I bet R has a... Hold on. I'm gonna... we're whipping out the... Let's whip out the statistical programming language stuff. Okay. All right, cool. We're... let's see. Gaussian? Search for Gaussian. Yeah, we're whipping it out. Okay, Gaussian. These are model... Can I get, like... Can I ask for a value of the CDF? Like, hold on. Maybe it's a Python thing. Empirical cumulative distribution function. Compute. No, that's an empirical cumulative distribution function. Hold on. Can I get the RCDF? Hold on. CDF. Now, 187 is not barely above genius level. 130, well, 187 is so insanely in the freaking stratosphere that this is why I'm doing this whole thing, right? Like, 187, with a standard deviation of 15, 187 is like freaking, like, I am trying to figure out like exactly what it is, but I'm like, I'm having, sorry, CDF Rlang. Let me get the, plot a CDF in a, calculator? Okay. I mean, we could get a, I guess we could get an empirical CDF. Could get an exact CDF. P-norm. Oh, it's P-norm. Okay, hold on. We need P-norm. P-norm. That's it. The normal distribution. Okay, cool. So with a P-norm norm of 1, what is it, 87? Mean is 100, and SD is 15, right? Can we get... Ah, God damn it. Maybe lower tail's false? Okay, there we go. There we go. And then multiply that by what's the population of the world? Population of Earth. Population is 8.2 billion. 8.2 8200000. That's 8 million 000. Okay. So, if you have 187 IQ, then that means that you should expect that there are 27 people who exist on Earth, all of Earth, that are smarter than you. Shit, we can't even see this. Hold on. Let me make bigger what I'm doing. Shit. The frickin' the damn rocks are hiding my math. Here we go. And also, this is very, very small. View. Zoom in. There you go. Okay, it's plus equals. All right, there. There we go. It's all right. So we did the math, and 187 IQ with the Wechsler scale of 15 standard deviation and a mean of 100, which is the standard IQ thing, means that there should be on average like 27 people who are smarter than you in the world, right? Because this is the cumulative distribution function for like the number of people who are higher than this. So you can actually like see, right? Like if I try other ones, right? So if Einstein was 160, right? Then if Einstein was in fact 160, we expect that like if Einstein were alive today, right? Then you'd expect there to be about 250,000 people that are smarter than him. Now, Einstein, I guess, was alive at a time, let's say when Einstein was like 20. That was in 1899. So population of Earth in 1900, which is when he was 21, right? So on, it was about 1.65 billion people. So you'd expected... instead of like 820, this is 165. So when he was 21, right? If, you're thinking of IQ as smartness, right? Whatever. Then you would have expected about 52,000 people in the world to be quote unquote smarter than him, right? Yeah. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Theoretically. Yeah. I just, No. I just want to make sure. Don't worry about it, Peon. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't. Yeah, I wanted to let you know. Sorry, I'm not trying to call you out. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure that you are armed with the knowledge that you don't say things that like get you embarrassed, right? Like, Yeah, I just want to make sure that, like, you know, you don't like be like, oh, I have a 187 IQ, and then like have people look and be like, oh, well, you know, obviously not, right? Like, I know this is like a weird way to do that, but like, yeah, I just want to make sure that, like, you know what, you know, statement that is. That's all. I know I just not meant to, like, you know, drag you at all. I just want to be like, hey, you know, just letting you know, like, here's what that means statistically speaking. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, statistically speaking, it means that you are the 27th most smart person in the entire world. Sorry, the 28th most smart person in the entire world. This is greater than, not greater than or equal to. Sorry, 27th smartest person. I'm actually curious, like, what's the IQ at which, like, people vanish, right? Like, in which you expect there to be 0 people that are smarter than the thing? Okay, so at 188, there should be 18 people left, right? At 189, there's 12, right? So, like, at 190, there should be only 8 people that are... That's the 9th smartest person, I guess. 191 is, like, 5 people, right? 192 is 3.52. Well, yeah, so it's, like, the 4th person. 193 is the 3rd smartest person, I guess, like a 3rd highest IQ. And then 194 is the 2nd person who's ranked 2nd in the world. And then, like, 195 is also kind of 2nd, right? It's like 0.98, so it's like less than a single person. But yeah. Okay. And then 196 is, well, yeah, okay. So once you get to 196, you have less than a person in the... So, like, 196, 197 should be, like, the limit of, like, IQ that kind of exists actually in the real world. So, in the world that has the population that it does, like, based on the, you know, assuming that it is a perfect statistical whatever, which it is not, right? Sorry, I didn't necessarily want, I did not want to, you know, kind of do a thing. It's just like, you know, I do think that you are beyond physical. It's not physical, but so it is theoretically possible for somebody to be lucky and to have a higher IQ, because the IQ is not actually based on, like, the other people, right? It's just based on the statistical, like, distribution of what you'd expect the other people to be, right? So there's not actually, you know, there's not actually the case, right, that you need, that it's impossible for there to be a higher IQ, even a much higher IQ. It's just that, you know, the probabilities get kind of bleak, right? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, in the sense that the tests kind of define IQ, and, like, the tests might not be actually good at determining the thing that they are purporting to measure, of course, and that IQ itself, like, is not necessarily a well-defined thing, is, like, a specific stack ranking for all humans that, like, is very clearly, like, divides, like, you know, it's got some amount of, like, inter-person validity, but, like, you know, the hypothesis that there is a scale that does this, right, like, is definitely a hypothesis that is not necessarily true. So, like, you know, it's not, yeah. I mean, there's some amount of aspect to this. Like, there's the reason that, like, I'm not fixating too much on my, like, you know, measured IQ score, because the other thing, right, is that having a high IQ is not necessarily a good thing for, like, you necessarily getting shit done or being able to, like, kind of do stuff in you know, in the world, because it's like, Maybe you just have like extremely shitty, executive function, and you end up, living in a shack in the woods, and there's plenty of people with incredibly high IQs have basically ended up being sniped by their own brains and end up in like weird shacks in the woods because they don't have like the executive function to do anything. And part of being good at these tests is also like, questions like, are you a compliant female? Right? Sorry, that is going to be so... Okay, I can read the entire thing in context. Hold on. What is the entire thing in context? I need to find the compliant female line. That. Okay. Hold on. Where is the compliant female thing? It's in the actual, like, test concerns thing, right? Like, hold on. Oh, yeah, it dropped partial differential equations. Hold on. I am actually making some Korea plans. Okay, context for compliant female. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. Miss Charybdis arrived on time for her assessment. She was casually dressed and appropriately groomed. Her speech and voice were in the normal range. No obvious articulation difficulties were noted. As well, there was no distortion of her thought content. Miss Charybdis presented as a pleasant, cooperative, and compliant female during testing. She maintained good eye contact with the examiner and was forthcoming in talking about personal difficulties. A rapport was thus easily established. Miss Charybdis completed all test measures very quickly. She would often attempt to rush through tasks that required her to engage for a certain amount of time. She showed some problems with attention and occasionally needed to be redirected to the present task. Miss Charybdis often noted that testing was, quote, fun, stating that it is similar to being on a game show. However, she displayed some signs of anxiety. With every task, Miss Charybdis asked if the task had a time limit. She appeared to be aware of when she completed a task incorrectly and become nervous and apologized to the assessor for getting an incorrect answer. Miss Charybdis demonstrated an awkward right-handed grip, possibly contributing to her labored printing technique. She demonstrated some difficulty with physical writing and drawing. Tasks requiring writing or drawing, e.g. an essay task, drawing a complex figure, were completed slower and with less accuracy as compared to other tasks. Miss Charybdis's thought process was goal-directed in general, and her thought content was straightforward and appropriate to the topic at hand. She was oriented to person, time, and place during the present assessment. She did not exhibit any bizarre or disorganized behavior or any difficulty with impulse control. She did not engage in any compulsive or ritualistic behavior. She did not appear to engage in obsessive or delusional thinking. She was able to engage in full and fluent conversation and did not exhibit word-finding difficulty. Miss Charybdis was motivated throughout the assessment and put forth visible effort in completing the tasks. Although she was provided with a half-hour lunch break, Miss Charybdis was eager to return to testing and took only an 18-minute break. She refused offers for other breaks. The assessment was completed in 7.5 hours. Based on her apparent effort and cooperation, the present test results are deemed to be an accurate assessment of Miss Charybdis' true cognitive ability and current level of functioning. Yeah. That was the full context of compliant female. It is from a psychic evaluation. Hold on. I need to hold on. Yeah. Oh, wait, okay. Hold on. Hello. Sorry, hello.
Hey, baby.
Hello.
It's me, Osaka bound.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, this is Baka, guys. Say hi, chat. Say hi to Baka.
Sorry about my potato microphone.
Mhm.
But yes, I'm currently in Osaka. And
Yes. And
we went to the deer park today.
nice. Was it in Nara or no?
It's in Nara, yeah. But Nara's like in between Kyoto and Osaka.
Nara is like the one
so-
part of that whole region, which is of course called the Kinki region. That I have not been to. I've not actually seen the deer, but I've been to like Kobe a lot.
Oh.
I've been to Osaka, a ton. I've been to Kyoto somewhat, right? Like, but I have not been to Nara, and I'd like to go to Nara. Oh, have you been to Takarazuka and seen the the women dressed up as guys doing the musicals?
Unfortunately not. I'm here with some Australian friends, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
And so we're kind of just all over the place. It's like the one moment I've had to myself, but that's because I stayed back a little bit. And then, yeah, the deer were very funny though. Let me tell you, like, do you think they're being polite when they bow to you? Like, if you hold a cracker out, you think they're being polite by bowing to you. And you're like, oh, how cute. And then they bow, like once they eat the cracker, they bow again. It's not actually a politeness thing. It's a threat. If you don't give me another cracker, I'm going to start eating your clothes to find the rest that I know that you have.
Hold on. Let me bow to chat as a threat. This is a threat, guys. That's a threat.
But yeah, I just figured I'd give you a call because guess what? I'm seeing you soon.
Yes, we are going to be. I was not 100% sure whether it was like entirely public knowledge that like we would be hanging out in Korea, but I've been talking about the exciting upcoming Korea trip, and yeah.
So I'll be seeing Kari in Korea.
Yes, we will be hanging out. We will be meeting. We'll be seeing each other in a couple of days. Yeah.
I'll be coming straight home from. So my plan is I'll be coming straight home from Osaka like on the 1st of November by Shinkansen.
Yeah.
And then I will have 1 day of rest before flying out to Korea.
Yes. But it's okay. Once you get to Korea, we're going to have a ton of rest because do you want to go to a jjimjilbang with me? How do you feel about hot springs and spas and that kind of thing?
Not super keen on them.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, I get a little nervous, like, being nudie in front of people. I'm a shy girl,
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we can do something else. There'll be fun things, like we can dress up in like, hanbok and wander around the Imperial Palace,
I like
and
those.
yeah, they're very pretty.
Fit me. I've gained a bit of weight. I wonder if they'll fit me. But yeah,
They're very loose in the like. I mean, the thing is that like they drape in a way that like I don't think you can really gain weight in a way that like
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, like you just tie them looser. Then. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I don't know. We'll reassess the hot spring idea. Like maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that there's like a pool at the resort, and they've got like there's like beaches that are nice, and so like I don't if you don't want to be like nude, then like but you're a little bit okay with being like sort of more swimsuity, right? Like I don't know. I don't know your level of whatever, but.
I'll bring my bikini basically.
Yeah. So if you're okay with that, we can just go to the beach, like the literal beach.
Yeah.
Right. Like.
Yeah. I'll bring my bikini.
Yeah.
Cool. and also
Beach
yeah,
night, beach day,
night.
beach day. Yeah.
So I'll book my hotel tomorrow. I'm thinking of going to the one that I sent you.
Yeah.
It's affordable-ish.
Yes.
Just this is straight off the back of an Osaka trip, so
And we can
I am
definitely like, you know, do ride shares or whatever, and like we can handle those. It's like, you know, I'm doing you know, to the extent that you're worried about money, this is pretty public knowledge, but like so as you may know, like almost like a huge amount of my net worth is in Google stock. And they've been riding so incredibly fucking high over the AI bubble, and especially like in the past 24 hours, they went up by like 8% or something like that. They have doubled since April. So I've
so
like,
what you're saying is you're my sugar mama a
yes.
little bit.
No, like legitimately, yes. Like legitimately, actually, I've become so much more. I've done absolutely fucking nothing. I've been sitting on my ass, and I've become so much like more wealthy since like literally April that like it's like oof. I don't think it's against the law, but I think it's just like very, very, very unusual, right? Like, God, don't thank me, by the way. Thank my, you know, thank me. About 9 years ago, for being too ADHD to set up the thing that I was supposed to do, which was like to do auto sale of the Google stock and into like an index fund to like do a more balanced investment portfolio.
Hooray for laziness.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Kari, my love, I just wanted to hear your beautiful voice.
Oh,
I do
indeed.
have to go.
And I will be hearing your beautiful voice in person quite a bit in a couple days.
Okay.
It is very soon now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see you very soon, my lovely, because I've reached my destination. I just wanted to talk to you real quick.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you later.
Have a good time. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
I am very interested in the murder mystery LARPs, by the way. I have not done a lot of LARPs, even like the kind of little smaller scale ones, but I did see a little documentary about the Chinese version of the LARPs, right? There's like the sort of murder mystery dinner LARPs, or even like larger scale ones. And honestly, I really wanted to do it for a long time. The only real LARPs that I've done, like the closest thing I've done to a LARP, I guess, is that I did there's like a foreign policy LARP when I went to Gen Con, where I think I played like the Russian foreign minister in a sort of like big like kind of they did basically a simulated like diplomacy game kind of thing, right, where everybody was LARPing as like a different kind of like individual or faction in some sort of like missile crisis thing. Like it was like oh yes, there's been some, you know, there's some you know, country that is like, you know, done some sort of like incursion, and then like, you know, you gotta, you know, all LARP is various different like people. And yeah. And Gen Con. Oh, diplomacy. You done that? There are also alien invaders. Was it a Gen Con? Because I think there was an alien invader version of this too. I'm very curious whether we ended up at the same, was it the same event? I think there was an alien invader one. Maybe this was like literally the same guy who put these on, but yeah. It was his own thing. Okay, all right. I think the person put it on like separately, but like this was the Gen Con version. Yeah. It is very fun to be like, hey, I'm, you know, like I represent the issue, like the interests of this such and such a government, and like, so I need you to listen to me. Oh man. I am very happy, by the way, that I have Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire is so fucking badass. Like, the board game is so good. The board game is so much fucking fun. Like, I'm glad that I was able... I need to do... Okay. I did when I come back from Korea, we are doing another Slay the Spire board game, like, let's play together, right? Like, I've done this before. The very first time I got that board game, you know, we unboxed it and played it together on stream. But if you guys missed that, we gotta do it again. We gotta do a full run. we've got all the unlocks. We'll do like some ascension level, and then you guys can pick a character, and then I'll do a character again. We can just do it the same way that it got done the first time, like, you know. And in fact, you know, what I could do is we could get some other VTubers together, and like we could just do it there. You know what? I'm gonna introduce Baka to. We're gonna take Slay the Spire with us to Korea, and I'm gonna play with Baka in Korea. We're gonna play it with Baka in Korea, and maybe we put in a hand cam setup, and maybe we play with chat. Maybe it ends up being a 4-player co-op, Slay the Spire. You know, we just go into the hotel room. Maybe I stream it on, like, maybe we do it in Korea. Maybe we do this as an off collab in Korea. I mean, it takes fucking forever to play, but yeah. Challenge Baka to chess. It's a solid solo game, yeah. Like, the solo version, like, does work quite well because it's Slay the Spire, right? So you don't actually need to be playing it with a giant group in order to do it. I haven't actually played it solo, but yeah. Yeah, it goes a lot quicker once you've played it. It's also like co-op in a way that you could play it remotely and it wouldn't be that difficult, right? I mean, literally, I played it remotely, right? Like, I literally played it with chat the first time I got it. And so, even without doing Tabletop Simulator, I think you could, like, literally just set up a game with, like, a webcam. We're doing this, in fact. I need my quarter. I need to give nor receive no quarter. But the actual gameplay part is simple and intuitive. It's a nice flipper. We doing the flipper. Down, bow, 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 bow. God, I do kind of have to add compliant female to my tags, don't I? I think you can't really do a 2-word tag. I think you can only do like 2 different words. I could add compliant and female. I could add them next to each other. Yeah. Compliant. Non-compliant wildebeest. I don't know whether that actually added. Did those tags add, or do I need to hit the done button to add them? Non-compliant wildebeest. Non-compliant, non-binary. I don't know. What's the opposite of a compliant female? Rebellious male. Rebellious. Okay. All right. Congratulations. I'm a compliant female. And by the way, this has been in the report for 12 years. This is like a 12-year-old like diagnostic report. And I had been like just sitting on this piece of like fucking gold as a description of me. And I hadn't been using it. God. It's so fun to read psych reports about yourself. Because how often do you have like a giant like kind of, you know, bunch of information upon like how other people see you, right? Like like all I have is the VTuber wiki. Yeah. You were saying that earlier. I'm sorry that I didn't like respond to it. So I read it, right? And the thing is though, right, like my basic reaction to like reading this 12 years later is like, yeah, that checks out. I'm still basically like this. This is just me. Okay, cool. Because it's not like I'm not intensely aware of my like kind of very awkward like grip and my like laboriousness with writing, right? Like I think like I've done a lot of work to try to like make this stuff like not as awful, but like it's very much like a thing where it's like yes, that is in fact me, right? It's like I have an awkward right-handed grip. I have a lot of trouble with handwriting. Like it's a ton. It's hard, and I'm glad that the person noticed, right? Like I'm glad that I feel seen, I guess. Like I don't feel like kind of uncomfortably like, you know, I feel noticed, you know. And I feel like the description of me is very like kind of in it's in alignment with like kind of how I was being at the time, and like honestly a lot of it is still applicable today, right? Like I think fundamentally I'm the same person I was 12 years ago in some important ways. I know I've grown, I've changed, I've been a little like, you know, yeah, no, I mean I think it's a well-written report, right? Like I mean I think it actually like came out pretty well, right? Like also, if I were a bigger VTuber, I would be excited right now. I mean, I guess I should, you know, because then it means that, you know, people might do fan art of me with a I mean, there's no reason that I can't get fan art, but like, you know, I would be more likely to get fan art of me having a very awkward right-handed grip. Oh man. Oh, you know, I basically disregard the notion of authority as such, right? Like, I think this is the thing, right? Like, being compliant with the testing does not mean necessarily that I'm compliant sort of in a philosophical sense. I think it's different, right? If I was just left-handed this whole time? Alas, I am not. I thought I was growing up, but like, I was like, am I ambidextrous? And then it's like, no, I'm extremely right-handed. But even so, my right-handedness is quite awkward. Bow, bow, bow. Meow, meow, bow. Hard to grip with claw. Exactly, right? Like, how do I grip a pencil with these mantis shrimp claws, right? Meow. Bow. Meow. Bow. Bow. Meow. Bow. More accurate curry claws. Is there some other like fun stuff that's in here that might be able to? I was like very, by the way, glad when I somebody made a VTuber wiki page on me. Also, like refusing all breaks except an 18-minute lunch break. Meow. Miss Charybdis's general cognitive ability is within the very superior range of intellectual functioning, as measured by the full-scale IQ. Her overall thinking and reasoning abilities exceed those of approximately 99% of individuals her age. I'm not a workaholic. I'm actually kind of the opposite, I think. Miss Charybdis's verbal reasoning abilities is measured by the verbal comprehension index, are in the very superior range and above those of approximately 99.7% of her peers. Miss Charybdis's nonverbal reasoning abilities, as measured by the perceptual reasoning index, are in the very superior range and above those of approximately 99.9% of her peers. They're the Arta, which is the genus name for jellyfish, right? Workahol, yeah. No, I took too much workahol. Ambisinister. Oh no, oh no. Maybe I'm ambisinister. Miss Charybdis's ability to sustain attention, concentrate, and exert mental control is in the average range. She performed better than approximately 42% of her peers in this area. Miss Charybdis's abilities to sustain attention, concentrate, and exert mental control are a weakness relative to her nonverbal and verbal reasoning abilities. A relative weakness in mental control may make the processing of complex information more time-consuming for her, draining her mental energies more quickly as compared to others at her level of ability, and perhaps result in more frequent errors on a variety of learning or complex work tasks. Although clearly weaker than her verbal and nonverbal reasoning abilities, Miss Charybdis's ability to exert mental control is still comparable to her peers. Yeah. No, it's 99, 99.7, 99.9, and then 42%. And then the composite score for general ability is 154, which, you know. You know, if we go back to that same calculation, right?
Let's go, lesbians, let's go.
That is 0.099, it's 0.9998. It's just like, but you know, that's not actually too surprising. I did, you know, write the math Olympiad and stuff like, yeah, the US, like I qualified for like various different kinds of stuff in a way that like I am not too, like that is not a shocking number, because I did actually get in the top 1,000 or 10,000 on certain things, right? Like there's stuff where I did do that well, so you know. But there is a definite oofers, and there's even one subscale. There's one thing in which my percentile rank was 5, where I was better than 5% of the I was worse than 95% of the population. On one of the working memory subscales, right? Like it was like holy shit. Is my glowing red shrimp weak point, which is ordering letters and being read a series of letters and numbers and then reading them back in sorted order. Right? I'm like, I am bad at that. If you give me like, you know, if you're like, hey, D, Q, 2, 1, 7, F, and then like, you know, read those back to me sorted. I'm like, I don't know. Meanwhile, Math Olympiad, like, yeah, it's easy. Like, whatever. I'd do well. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, looking at them, not using my memory, it's like 1, 2, 7, you know, DFQ, right? Like, but like, I'm bad at that. I'm like worse than almost everyone at that, right? Like, oh my god, block design? I did so fucking well at block design. I got like 99.9th percentile on block design. It's great. I don't know what the block design is like, but like, you know. Oh yeah, no. I am medically incapable of doing that kind of thing, right? The consistency between Miss Charybdis's verbal comprehension and auditory memory function can be determined by comparing her performance on the VCI and AMI index scores. Miss Charybdis's performance on the VCI and AMI indicated that her ability to recall information presented orally is significantly lower than expected when compared to her level of verbal comprehension. VCI equals 141, AMI equals 107. Such difference is rare and may be noticeable to those close to her. Miss Charybdis's ability to recall information presented orally is in the average range when compared to others with similar verbal comprehension, 25th percentile. This result indicates there's no significant difference between your auditory memory and verbal comprehension. Oh, shit. Damn. My dump stat is literally in the freaking, you know, visual memory. Like, look at the thing that I am absolutely the worst at is like, you know, here's a shape, here's the weird shape. 20 minutes later, okay, now draw the weird shape. I was like, I don't know what the weird... I threw out the weird shape. I don't have the weird shape in my brain anymore. The weird shape is gone. It's totally gone. Right? I have no idea. I dumped it out of my brain. It is not in my head anymore. I did not bother to learn any of it. Like, I saw that weird shape, and I was like, this weird shape is not relevant to me, and then I threw the weird shape away, and I have no idea what the weird shape looks like, and I can, you know, I made 3 little scratches, and I'm like, okay, well, they're like, yeah, you got 3rd percentile on this. You're worse than 97% of people. But holy shit, I was fast at block design. I was so fast at block design. I don't know what block design is. It was like, I think it's just like taking the squares with the colors on them and like putting them into the shape of the thing. Right? Mm. So anyway, if you say stuff to me verbally, I'm way less likely to comprehend it if you, like, type it out in chat. So sorry, all of my collab partners. Hi, chat. I only understand you. I'm the only one. Why did I take the test? Well, I was struggling in the courses I was taking. And, you know, I thought that there was some decent chance that I might have ADHD, and I had not been really diagnosed with it earlier. It had not been properly assessed because of other reasons, right? And so I was like, okay, well, you know, it's probably worth doing a full workup assessment of this kind of stuff to just figure out what's going on with my brain and figure it out. And turns out that people I went to do the assessment were pretty good. I think actually they did a great job. Yeah, see, like, my auditory comprehension of, like, information coming in kind of sucks, right? Like, I I look at text, right? I read text so quickly, and I suck it up into my brain like a Hoover. Is that why I have trouble repeating back what someone says? Probably. Yeah. I did not actually get... By the way, this assessment, by the way, that I was taking, this was when I was already kind of, like, past college age, right? Like, this is my mid-20s. So this is not, like, a 10-year-old, like, being assessed. This is me as in my mid-20s being assessed. Which, you know, I think part of that is the compliant female bit, right? Like... I think when you're in your mid-20s, you're less likely to throw blocks out at the door and whatever. Compliant female is the best. It's like it is wild, right? It's like, you know. Was it cooperative and compliant female? I need to look at this again. Hold on. What was the full description? All right, this is casually dressed, appropriately groomed. Miss Charybdis is a polite and friendly individual who generally gets along with others. She's generally optimistic and very sociable. She displays good social skills. She is a curious and inquisitive individual, always eager to learn something new. She noted that she enjoys singing, having sung in the university choir. She also enjoys participating in the martial arts. She displayed a creative side, noting that she played piano for 14 years and trombone for 8 years. Okay, where's the compliant female? Work history, academic history. I mean, I was struggling in school. I was struggling to get grades on courses that I absolutely should have been able to get them if not for the ADHD, right? Which is exactly why it was the issue. Pleasant, cooperative, and compliant female during testing. That's it. Like a pleasant, cooperative, and compliant female during testing. Hello, I'm Hikari Charybdis. I'm your pleasant, cooperative, and compliant female during testing. Oh, God. This must be why, you know, I get along so well with Sigrid and Bird, because, like, you know, their chat is test subjects, right? And I'm a pleasant, cooperative, and compliant female during testing, right? Yeah. I mean, the question is, am I being tested right now? Because if so, I can be, you know, pleasant, cooperative, and compliant. But if not, all bets are off. We're yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Just get me into a testing environment and I'll be great. Bow, bow. I don't know if I can get all the, we are the compliant jellyfish. No, you don't need to be compliant. I'm the one who's compliant. I can be more compliant than you. Cooperate. Cooperate with me. Be less compliant so I can be the most compliant. I want to be the most compliant. This is the fastest flips. How long you knife? Well. Alas. Alas, we are stuck in flip hell. Meow, 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 down, meow, 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 meow. Bow, bow, wow. The ancient volcano they found off the coast of Can Island? What's Can Island? Vancouver Island, sorry. By the way, in January, I do plan to visit Vancouver for the first time, ever. British Columbia for the first time ever. So, if anyone is a sort of Vancouverite or has been there and has, like, suggestions about stuff to do in the couple of days that I'm there, I'm all ears. I'm going to go there for the first time because it is the cheapest way to get to Japan and go and hang out with a bunch of people in Japan in January. We're having like a whole like kind of, you know, after 2 months after the Korea thing, we are having a whole like concentration of like Japan, a giant VTuber Japan thing. I could. Meow, you live on the opposite side. You live in the, did you say you live in the Maritimes? I was saying that I had been to Newfoundland once, and then the person I was talking to was like, has any, what was like, there was some comment about Newfoundland. I was like, conversation was like, has anybody been to Newfoundland? Is Newfoundland real? And, oh, you're in Ontario. Well, I will be living in Ontario. At the time that I go to Vancouver, it'll be because I have moved to Ontario. But, I have, in fact, you know, South or North Ontario, Toronto. Unfortunately. Alas. Oh, yeah, no, I am fully aware. As somebody who spent my first 22 years in Toronto, yes. Yes. I am sorry, by the way, about ads. Am I moving back to Canada? Yes. The plan is I've gotten my citizenship, and so I will move back to Toronto. Because things are getting spicy here. And kind of a little bit gross. So I'm like gonna just spend most of my time Ontario. A place to stand, a place to is that the Ontario place ad? I mean, the main one that oh fuck, guys, I have like one day I need to call. I pre-ordered my bed for my Ontario move, and I need to call them because like my plans have been shifted back 2 months. And so guys, I need to call Sleep Country Canada. Why buy a mattress anywhere else? Because I have a pre-order with them. I need to talk to Sleep Country Canada. Sorry for ads. Hold on. We're doing words on stream. Words. I'm stealing Turi to Canada, by the way. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Hold on. God damn it. There we go. Also, I'm in the way. I'm being so unhelpful. Do you wish you could, they have a USA jingle? They have Sleep Country USA? Do they not have a USA? Not just Sleep Country Canada? Holy shit. Ooh, bravado. Guys, it's bravado. So even if you're currently added out, even if you are added out, you can, anagram bravado. When I come here being, Vancouver, the plan is to, I think, to stay for actually a couple days. There's a couple of things that I want to do there. It's not just an hour. Like, the minimum amount of time that I could stay there is like 12 hours, because that's the length of the layover that you need to get the super, super, super cheap thing, right? Like you can stay for super cheap if you do that, but like, yeah, I want to actually stay for a couple days, right? And that actually works well for a number of the other people staying on that trip, right? Like, I don't want to like commit to anything for anybody, but like there are a few people who I think like work a little bit better, like kind of alating each place for a couple of days before like going on the next leg of the giant trip, instead of like doing it all at once. So that's what we're doing, right? So the idea is basically like we just, you know, fly to Vancouver, chill for a bit, and then do the next kind of thing, right? After that. I do have to at least, like, drop some stuff off. We'll do one more round. Yeah, it's gonna end before then, but, like, you know, we'll do one more round. A kidney! Shit, it's Knuckles. They found it. It's Knuckles the kidney. Do you know any words here? Well, IDK. God damn. Hell auto-modded? Try. Fuck. Sorry, I'm gonna have to, like, steal your word from you. Because it auto-modded you. I'm sorry. Although I don't think it's there. Maybe? I don't know. It doesn't seem to have been actually used as a word. Words on your stream, it's more likely than you think. Dane? As long as you win. And you have one. That. Deny! You won and you can't deny. Deny! Man, this is like sound like an insurance person. Yeah, so basically the situation is such. Turi and I have been living together for a year as of next month. At which point we will be spouses for Canadian federal immigration law. And then that means that I can sponsor him to live in Toronto with me. And then we're gonna go to Toronto and chill and hang out there for a bit. And yeah. It kind of makes sense, like, for various different life reasons for us to go there. There's a actual place for me to move into, like, you know, we're kind of in a spot in his life where he kind of is ready for a new adventure, I guess. And like, I don't like a lot of stuff going on in America right now. And so, you know, I don't want to, and I'm not abandoning America, right? I am still a citizen of the United States. So, you know, I'm not, all right, I think we are putting this off. Right. I'm still a citizen of the United States, so I am not, like, you know, giving up my ability to live here. He's keeping the house, like, you know, we're not like removing our ability to be in the US. We're just not doing it right now because, like, you know, it's, well, gestures broadly at everything, right? Like, you know, let's try a new place and, like, you know, remote job. Can I still vote in American elections? Yes, and in fact, I voted today. I can vote in Canadian and American elections. The Canadian thing is relatively new. It was a Supreme Court ruling. So I voted twice this year, once in the Canadian election and once in the American election that just happened. So I will continue to vote in American elections, and I will continue to vote in Canadian elections. I have twice the democracy. I'm just, like, that good. I literally just registered to vote a month ago, just in time for the election. My ballot even came, like, a day later than Turi's did, because I registered kind of pretty close to the wire for, like, getting the ballot on time. And it's a good thing too, because I'm in Korea on election day, so, you know, it's if I had not dropped off my mail ballot, it would have been kind of a little bit awkward to vote. So I'm glad that the timing works out so perfectly, where I'm just like, I'm not abroad for the entire period, but I was able to, like, drop the ballot off and then, like, head to the airport in a couple days. And the funny thing is that this, in California, there's a redistricting referendum. And frankly, being a California voter, that's probably going to be, yeah, being a California voter where I am, that's likely to be the most consequential election that I actually vote in California for the federal level, like, effectively for a very long time. I don't think my vote is going to matter otherwise for a lot of other things in terms of, like, actually making a difference, but, like, the redistricting one might actually count, right? So, yeah. It's not like there's any question about who's going to be elected out of the place where I live. Maybe that will change eventually, but maybe they'll redistrict it in a way that makes it, like, kind of, you know. And also, you know, there's some local measures. Like, I think the one thing that America does way, 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 way differently than Canada is that, especially California, like, holy shit, California, you guys put a lot of things to the voters. Like, people in this country love their referendums, love their initiatives, love their ballot questions, love having a ballot that is, like, bajillions of pages long, right? Like, in Canada, you vote for school board and member of parliament, right? Like, and mayor and, I guess, city councilor, but that's it, right? Like, I think you vote for, like, a handful of, like, local offices and that's it. I mean, most people don't even vote for their party leader because, like, primaries are not really a thing in the same way, right? Like, they're trying to do a little, some parties are kind of, you know, trying to do a little bit more of that, but, like, you know, each individual party in Canada is much more, like, kind of, it's weird because technically there's a way it works in America too, but it's just kind of, basically every party is just, like, a private organization that does whatever the fuck they want. In terms of, like, the process, and if they don't want to have, like, a formal nomination process in the same way, then they just don't. So. This game just looks like flipping a loony forever, you know? Magum. It's like, this is an off-year election, right? Like, this is not even a midterm. This is an off-year election, and, you know, there's still a ballot and there's still shit going on in this election, right? Like, you know. The federal election that I voted in earlier this year is like, you just vote for your MP and that's it, right? Like, and then whoever gets the most number of MPs, like, ends up choosing who the prime minister is, right? It's not, I did not even vote for the prime minister, because that's not how Westminster parliamentary systems work, right? So. democracy manifest. This is democracy manifest. This really is democracy manifest, though. We'll see when we get the, let's see if we get the 10 heads. Bow, bow. Hell crust pizza on Main Street. Ooh. Fresh slice. Excellent. Whoever gets the Prime Minister ball, and then the Prime Minister ball can be... Yes. Yeah. Now, you can pass any bill with no resistance if you have more MPs than half, right? Basically. Otherwise, the Prime Minister ball is a lot less good at, you know, passing bills with no resistance, right? You need to have more than half of the MPs. Otherwise, you know, you lose the Prime Minister ball very quickly, and then, you know, you don't get to pass whatever you want. And I mean, the Canadian Prime Minister, however, is still one of the most powerful heads of government of any, like, kind of, you know, democracy in terms of, like, functionally what their power is, even if their formal power is quite limited, right? They actually have just so much fucking power, right? Like, they can essentially do what they want. Although minority government can basically be like, nope. Like, the other parties can be like, nope, nope, you're not in office anymore, election now. Goodbye. It was, like, so funny. Oh, by the way, speaking of Canadian Prime Ministers, this is, like, the crack ship of our day. Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau are dating. I may have said this last time, but this is, like, such an incredible... Like, holy shit, this is a crack ship. What the... What? Yeah, what? Yeah, it's so fucking weird. Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry are dating, officially. Yeah, exactly. Like, what is this, like, Mad Libs? Like, is this celebrity relationship Mad Libs? I don't know. I guess it makes sense in some way for it to be happening, but it's like, what the... What? Like, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a Family Guy skit, yeah. It's kind of... I mean, you know, I like my Purple Yuri, right? Like, but... As I haven't talked about Purple... Anybody who's following Purple Yuri? Whomst in my chat is following the epic adventures of Purple Yuri? I feel like this is like one of the most, like, kind of... This is like one of the most wholesome arcs in indie Twitch VTubing right now. Is like the heck is Purple Yuri? It is the sort of, like, burgeoning and, like, very, like, kind of... it's basically the burgeoning, like, kind of romantic relationship between Akuma Nimune and Michi Mochibi. They're flirting in public, and they, you know, they're hanging out in person with each other, and they're going on trips, and they're talking about, like, their sleeping styles and how they're basically, like, being extremely cute dorks about, you know, being in what appears extremely clearly to be a not actually, like, it's not a RP relationship. I think they're just literally just starting to date each other, right? They're just, yeah. It's not... okay, I think the difference between Takamori and this is that the Takamori thing is, like, obviously roleplay, and this is, like, pretty clearly not roleplay, I think. I mean, I'm like 95% sure it's not, like, roleplay. Oh. Tails. Damn. Well, I upped the chance, though. Yeah, Corona and Akayu have like presented each other with like you know, wedding rings and stuff, like engagement rings and stuff like that. Or there was like Flare and like Botan. Like there are people in Hololive who have done things that is like kind of you know, that suggest kind of like relationship dynamics, but I don't know Japanese enough to be able to read the subtext and like kind of figure out like whether they are sending the signals that indicate that it is actually like a for real serious thing. But like, you know, like, you know, Michi seems to be very clear about the fact that like she is just legitimately a for real lesbian, and also like is legitimately like, you know, the two of them are like legitimately interested in each other, right? Like, you know, so oops. Hey, how it going? How it be? I am going I'm pretty well. I am going to Korea with Baka Mitaeyu, and when am I coming back to Japan? In January. I'm going to be in Japan in late January. I'm going to be in Korea in 3 days with Baka. Baka is visiting me in Korea, and we're gonna hang out together for a couple weeks, and then I'm going back. I am moving to Canada in January, and then I'm visiting Japan with some number of VTubers. Some non, like some actually like pretty significant number of VTubers in January. Although I don't want to out various people, but there's a whole kind of like VTuber invasion of Japan coming like in January from the North American continent. Well, no, actually not just from the North American continent, but I don't know how much I want to say about that. But like there's a whole gaggle. Your favorite Japanese VTuber, Baka Mitai Australia, exactly. And you know, if I can get her into playing a whole bunch of Slay the Spire, you know, well, there you go. Damn. You are very intrigued. Oh yeah, no, it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm going to be showing some of them Japan for the first time. And also, I think it's only really my second time in Korea, and it's Baka's first. And it'll be my first time to the places that we're going to, right? We're going to go to Jeju together and like go into a cool tropical island, and it's going to be so fun. And we're going to relax on the beach and probably not go to a spa because, you know, she's not into that kind of stuff, but like I am, so I'll probably go randomly maybe after she heads back, because like my trip is slightly longer than hers, but like, you know, we'll make cool content and stuff, and I have a lot of stuff that I'm excited for Japan. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know, we're the Japan trip will be a lot of fun. Also, like there's gonna probably be two groups, right? There's some number of non VTubers who are also going, or like, you know, less VTubers, or, you know, more touristy folk, right? And so I think like to the extent that some of us are kind of content-y and some of us are less content-y and some of us are looking to look for different things, and, you know, we're gonna be doing different things in Japan, but like, you know, but I think. And there's also, like, you know, who knows which person in which prefecture and who needs to, you know, fly off to wherever place. By the way, have you ever flown into the Narita domestic terminal? That place is wild. Hey, hold on. Nope, tails again. But we've maxed out the head chance at 60%. So I've now finally, for the first time, maxed out everything. You miss Korea, everything? Oh, how cheap everything is in Korea. Well, you know, we're gonna find it out. It is so weird and dank. Like, I took the flight, I took, like, the cheapest Peach Air flight from Takamatsu and, kind of in Shikoku. Or is it in Shikoku? I think it's in Shikoku, yeah. So we flew from Shikoku to Narita, and the Narita terminal is so, like, weirdly dank. And it was so far from where we had to go. We were just walking in this like weird dank tube forever. And also, very fun thing, they do not check your ID when you're flying in a domestic domestic flight in Japan. Domestic Japanese flights do not check your ID at any point, which is very interesting, right? Like I was at the gate and I was like, huh? I thought I was gonna like get out like my passport or something or whatever. It's like, but no ID checks. At least not when I went. Not a single one. The thing is money is useless to me now, right? Money is useless to me now. I can literally spend it on nothing. I'm just like literally now just waiting for 10 flips and that's it. By the way, if you have any activities, if you have any suggestions for stuff to do in specifically either Seoul or Jeju, that Baka and I could do together, and oh, sorry, yeah. Well, enjoy your family restaurant. But yeah, it's just like if you have any stuff that you think we could do in either Seoul or Jeju, just like DM me or whatever, or Baka. Bye. Or I'll DM you. You know, we could be here forever. There's no reason that we couldn't just be here forever and just like, you know, watch this thing flip forever. Yeah, nice catching up. Bow, bow. I am very, very excited to see everybody again in Japan. And to hang out in Korea with and who knows, maybe I'll have a 3D model by the time Japan rolls around and I'll be able to like run around the Japanese countryside. Because unfortunately, when you have a 2D model, you can only like kind of strafe around. And so that's going to be very awkward in Korea because I'm going to be just moving side to side and I'm going to have my hands like kind of floating around like this. But like once I have a 3D model, then I can actually like walk and that's much more convenient for like going places, right? So. As you may know, I'm just a VTuber in real life, right? Like I don't, there's no kayfabe here. This is just who I am. Man. See, this is why, you know, I've been in Wired magazine and Yomi has been on the Detroit 2 local Fox affiliate, right? And so we are living the dream of being VTubers in unusual places. Yomi and Cammy, excuse me. I need to... I don't really know Cammy well, so... but I do know Yomi, and, you know, we DM'd a bit about it afterwards. Like, it's very cool, right? At some point, by the way, we've not planned it, but there'll be a, plan is for there to be Yomi appearance, like, right here on this channel. But, you know, that is... Probably that stuff is gonna have to wait for... It's definitely gonna wait for after Korea. And it's probably gonna have to wait for... Maybe it'll wait for after Japan, I don't know. I'll see if it's in December, but we don't know. I think we're... Hey! Okay. Off the head. Off. Into space! And guess who else is blasting into space? This stream! I mean, you have to be well sorted. You need to be notable, I guess. Like, what that means is different in every like field. But potential blue nerd sighting here on the Shrimp Channel. Yeah, look at me. There's not just a potential blue nerd sighting. I'm always a blue. Have you looked at me? Have you seen me? Blue nerd sighting? Are you kidding? question is whether how many blue nerds there'll be. How many blue nerds can we fit into one Twitch channel without it like exploding in a blast of science? I don't know. Fully blue nerd? Oh, that's true. Like, I'm blue now. Get blue now. Let's see. All right, who can we who can we throw to? Let's throw to somebody a little bit unusual. I always like Interesting. I could scare. I raided Mira a fair amount of times. I was thinking of scaring Mira, but like we've seen Mira a fair number of times. Let's see. We could who else could we go to? Bop, bop, bop. I feel like maybe Otsukari? I don't know. We could do a Kari raid. Hold on. One of the other Karis. A Kari to Kari. Here we go. The Kari raid will just be like, you know, it's Kari raid because this is Kari. It's a Kari raid. We're raiding Kari. So it's just Kari raid. This is Kari raid. Twitch Kari raid. It's two Karis, you see. It's a Kari on top of another Kari. All right, see you guys. See you later. Bye 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 bye.